high. Everybody got their butt plugs in? Ready for your workout? Everybody got their kava extract 100 times. Drink. Ready to boof? Is everybody's cups in? Alright, swallow. You'll feel it in a second, folks. Let it work in. Let it work in. Woo! There it is. Dude. Morning, everybody. We got golden coin first, 60 second, 20, 10,000. No, you got it. Podwell, thanks for coming too. How about your babies? Do you have any babies inside of you? Have you checked lately? Maybe you need to drop them off at the pool. Golden coin knows about the aliens. Hey, man. Say too much. Out of t-shirt. Quarter bottle. Once. It's 10 seconds. That's trip. Oh, yeah? Guy's house. Dad got some car stereo equipment installed by me. And he was into like herbs and stuff. He had a bunch of different herbs. She's about to jump right here. Watch this. Watch this. He smoked weed too, and we were actually going over there to smoke some herb. Good job, man. That was a good jump. So, but he would put the herbs in with the weed, man. And one day he put. I only went over to his house once actually. So the day I went over. He put kava in our joint, dude. We were fucking smoking it with the weed. I gotta admit, it did give me a different kind of fucked up. I'm drinking an Earl Grey tea that I got from Costco. I gotta say, I'm not really a big fan of it. Something different though, and it's better than the Lipton. Got more flavor. It's sprayed for something called bergamot. Not really. I read about it yesterday. I forget exactly what it is. Like a extract from something. Italy. All Earl Grey is sprayed with some bergamot extract shit. It gives it this like kind of Winn-Dixie flavor. But it's a loose leaf tea, so the tea gets massive in the bag. It almost looks like they can be reused because it expands so much inside of there. They quadruple in size inside the bag. I want to make it. Oh, late. I had to do. Oh, I got up late. Dude, I've been getting up late. Alien's been telling me to get up late lately. I've been getting up at 6 instead of 5. And I did Simon's letterbox because he seemed to want it done today. And one of the cats is pissed off at me right now outside. I don't know who ate the last plate, by the way, last night. One of the reasons why I didn't have a gaming stream. I was mad that I didn't catch it. a little bit, so I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna take the night off, man. But I mean, it's not all fun and games streaming the games. Contrary to popular belief, I'll probably think it's, I don't know, it's a little stressful. Like just the other night, somebody was saying, I think it might have been Brody. They didn't see how I could play with the lights in my face. The lights on. It might have been Ted. Somebody who's been around for a while, and like it does take away from it, man. It takes away from the enjoyment of having all these lights in my face and the camera in my face, and I look over at chat all the time and seeing that nobody's talking. And take it a little bit. Like, I didn't even want to play at all without the stream, but it makes it more task and less of a time off pleasurable experience. When I have 7 different streams on, they're all dead. Some guy in India looking at me like, hey baby, where'd your beard go? I liked your beard better, but this'll do. Everybody, dude, both sides of my neighbors apparently are just blowing their fucking leaf in my area here. It's great. I'm gonna have to like do some yard work today before a certain time. My area out here stays open. Looks like oil extracted from the rind of the bergamot orange. Oh. Excellent. It's supposed to be really good tea too. Costco never has it, so I decided to try it. Came with 2 different kinds though. One's a green tea with jasmine in it. What's it? So bad, dude. She can smell it from down there, and all she cares about. Why are you saying sorry? Sorry for it. I had to spray down in my house, and Simon's freaking out on right now. Yeah, whoever comes out first is the culprit. It's probably fucking Dom, dude. The whole back of my place back here reeks of cat piss right now because somebody underneath the house, is sprayed right back there. And Simon's back there smelling it. She can even smell it up here a little bit. Thanks. Here we go. I'm going out. Red team go. Got the plate, got the bowl, got the trash. Nope, don't want the trash out. I'll get the trash. I had a feeling it was Dom pissing, making stink like shit under the house. And I was like, there's no way it's Pepe that did that. No, it was him underneath there. Fucking thought that I was taking too long or something. That's unfortunate. I should have stayed out there longer for Pepe. Probably come back though, hopefully. Didn't get much though. I was trying to look at his butt. It looked like it was a little wet. Hopefully the camera comes right back up. The hell? Whoa. Whoa. Weird. Did the camera turn back on? Oh no, there must be somebody on the other side of the wall. Kind of unfortunate, isn't it? About. Okay, cool. Just because it's Dom. Damn, Dom, dude. I got the whole back of my place smelling like cat piss right now. He sprayed in like the perfect spot, so it's wafting up into my place. I'm trying to steep a couple tea bags right now, see how it turns out. And Pepe greeted me in the backyard even, like Tux used to. He was on top of the fence. Jumped on top of the fence and was looking down on me. Pepe used to do. I mean, Tux used to do that all the time. He's the only other cat that does it. Did it. Time to go start food. Hey, no, hey! I think that played out. Everybody's nipples fully cinched. We're down to one viewer. It's just you and me, Sister T. Cinch them up! Alright, I'm going in. The second steep of the double tea bag isn't too much different than the first steep. A little more tannins. Probably because it's like INT Smith something. Smith tea. Smith Tea Company. Smith Tea. I never heard of them. So Costco got them. Got a bunch of different blends. Jasmine nectar, spring green, power mint. Ford bergamot. That's what I'm drinking right now. It's usually priced at on their website. This tea ridiculously priced at more than $1 a sachet. No, never mind, less than a. So $12.99 for 15 sachets. I did not have to pay that much. I spent $300 something at Costco yesterday. Let's see what I bought. Hey, what does it say about it anyway on it? Oh, here we go. Flavor somewhat superior to traditional Earl Grey. Fragrant Ceylon denubula and uva and uve are artfully combined with select teas from India's Assam Valley, then scented with bergamot oil from the realm of Reggio Calabria, Italy. Craft of bergamot creme brulee at home recipe. Ingredients: Indian, Assam, and on full leaf black tea. Bergamot oil from Italy, but then get this: natural flavors. Little bit of them natural flavors for you to be more natural. What the fuck is that? Artificial flavors. It's got a plant-based sachet. I thought that thing was made out of plastic. It looks like plastic. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of the Lord Bergamot, and I have quite a few. I went ahead and got a box. I got 2 boxes. I didn't know the next time I was going to go to Costco. They might not have it. They run out of shit pretty fast there. So they could have a fucking half off sale and all those things be gone in 2 days. The green. That one. That was the Jasmine Silver Tip. Also $12.99 for a package normally. It says it is delicate tender green tea leaves from China's Yunnan province, harvested in May and fired to maintain their flavor. It's been placed on this picked jasmine buds, which open slowly to share their fragrance. Many call it the perfect marriage. Ingredients: China full leaf green tea scented with jasmine blossoms. It says scented with jasmine blossoms. Okay, it doesn't say any natural artificial flavors, so Better be all good. Better be all legit, buddy. It definitely tastes strong as jasmine. They do that naturally. That by that process, that's pretty wild. I'm from China. How long? I don't know. I haven't had an AIDS test in forever, dude. So there's no telling how long I've been living with it. Years. Damn. Pineapple Punch pre-roll. We're gonna have one of these today. Some free ones I got. Look at that special little. Smell it, bro. How long have you been living with assholeitis? Oh, creamy Earl Grey. Interesting. I mean, I put milk in it. I bought some whole milk. A3, A2. Oh, it's A milk. Better protein. Less active, interactive. Yeah, that's. Don't hurt me, protein. More don't hurt me. The second cup though it is weaker for sure than the first cup. Yeah. I feel like it needs another bag. Add a bag. Just add a bag. Every time I just add one bag after another bag. Never throw the bags away, is what I'm saying. Hey man, D's getting kind of weak. Add another bag, man. Yeah. Idea. Bags on bags on bags. Before you know it, I'm gonna have 100 bags in their bags. Fucking good, man. They're still good. There's still something in there. There's still a little tea left in there, man. Look, if you squeeze it, look at that. That's not running clear. That's not clear. Look, you see those? Tannins. I need those. Doctor prescribed, doctor recommended. I need those tannins in my life. I'm trying to get, look at me, I'm pale. How else am I gonna get a tan? I was able to get a little bit of fish oil into Simon today. A little bit. A little bit's better than another bit. And as I said earlier, I did do his litter box. So he has a fresh litter box back there. So fresh, so clean. Feeling good, feeling like a cat should. Gonna be pooping today in a clean box. Hey, hey, hey. That's what he's singing when he's going down the hall. He's going, meow, meow, I got a clean box now. Actually, oh, it's an actual I see. Do they make what makes it creamy? Do they add something else to it? Tuesday, party time. Tacos? Tacos? How the hell not? Hey man. This right here. I probably wouldn't have bought this. I did not pay for them because it's thinking the back of my throat be like, nah. Yeah. Ugh, smells like tuna. Ugh, it smells bad. Ugh. You know what I like? The oat flour, the lime flour, and a sleepy time. And that sleepy time, I gotta get more of that one. The sleepy time that I got now from them, the berries before bed. Berries before bed, baby. I want more. What can you give? What can you give? What can you give me tonight? I don't want no berries before bed, though. Just so you know. What I want is you. Berries before bed, so you. Berries before. This song sucks. Out of the bigs. Let's see. I'm scared. I can't tell if that's a dude or a female. Is that intentional so it can be a unisex song? I'm scared to fall in love again. I'm scared to fall in love again. I can do that. I can do that better than he can. Have you seen that channel where the guy opens and eats old food and you do memories too? Probably. I've seen everything. Everything. Where were you when I was there? Wasn't saying about you. I saw it. Would have been better if you. At least we have now. Together. Dude, did my songs hit harder when I had the beard? Take it. Go my way. It's not okay. As you can see, 3, it's not okay. That is what happens when there is no beer. Funny person to talk to, but there's no beard. I had all the beard guys people over here that were like, you know what I mean? I don't know, some people they want to look at beards. Of course you discovered him through me, man. Alright, I'll ask you one question. Does he open up like old cans of shit all the time? Tap me in, man. I bet you. I bet you I've seen it at least. Wait, where are my shoes at? Track package. They're still not at the fucking authenticator. City of Industry. Wow. Former UFC champ Cain Velasquez has been sentenced to 5 years in prison for attempted murder after firing a gun at a man who allegedly molested his son over 100 times in a daycare. Wow. Yeah, I've seen this guy before. 1,000,000%. I've watched a few of his videos. I don't know, probably on stream. But likely I've watched him on stream before, also. But I've seen more than one of his videos. I don't remember one in particular, but... Yeah, just not a really big fan of the Earl Grey. I just needed something different, and I wasn't trying to go all in on the coffee. But I mean, next I might just start. I don't know. I feel like tea might have more benefits than coffee, but if you go in on coffee, it's like I feel like it's. I'm gonna be drinking espresso over here. I was thinking about getting this Jewish coffee that they had. It was like $6 for a little can of it. It was instant Passover coffee. I don't know. I've never heard of it, so it's probably shit. Whatever it is, it doesn't taste like pineapple or punch. Bro, man, I had Costco's carrot cake for dinner last night. Oh, I could have that for breakfast. My schedule's all thrown off. It's thrown Simon's schedule off too. Man, I couldn't. Also, dude, I don't know if I mentioned this. I couldn't play PUBG last night because my finger was too cracked. My thumb. Like, I needed to give it a break. Seriously, I wasn't playing the night before last night when I was like, dude, my thumb, man. I have a camera from 1975, so second things rated. Right it is. And then this finger was doing it too. My index finger on both edges where the nail is. Last night I put aquifer ointment on the cracks. And I put a fucking fingertip band-aid on both of them and left it on them all night long. Help them heal a little bit. Like you said. It's from washing my hands too much. I wash my hands every time I go outside for the bowls. Anytime I clean one of their bowls, I have to get my hands in the soapy water too. It's just too much, just tearing my hands up. Dude, the filter knows that. Oh, I took a picture. Check this out. This is the difference a new filter versus an old filter makes on the yesterday. White on the black filter is cat litter on the carbon filter, and the black on the HEPA filter is smoke, probably. So it's definitely, good morning, Miss Bungle. So it's definitely catching stuff. Catching a lot of stuff, and right now, I'll pull it up. It's got a red, it's red, and the fan is on 3. It's 4 levels, so it on auto, it auto recognizes the air quality in here, and it adjusts the fan accordingly. But right now, it's triggering that it needs to clean the air, probably because I'm smoking this in here. So it's showing it with the red bar that air quality is bad in here, and I can also see it because it increased it to the 3rd level of. If I blew this straight into it, it would probably turn it up to level 4 or something. But it also like wear out the filter quicker. Apparently the filters last for a really long time. They just get less and less efficient. Therefore, they're like the filter won't be like pushing. What I don't know, man. The filter I just took out of there, both sides of it were that dark. And that's how you can normally tell when you need to replace the HEPA filter. When one side is dark and the other side's clean, it's still, it's still good. But if both sides are dark, it's probably pretty saturated. That thing needed to be taken out. So it's been doing a good job. That's cool. Usually you have to replace those HEPA filters once a year, and I've been doing like once every 6 months. I've That's good, man. Got it right next to the litter box here too, so it captures all that. Much of that dust as possible, because it was getting all up in the PVC here. I think up dramatically with getting less dust inside of the PVC. Yep. Good to have. And the thing is, a lot of people bitch, like they're like, man, I think Bill even was a bitcher about it. Like, how much are the filters though? That's where they get you. I cut my finger sometime. But the thing is, you can get the filters a lot cheaper. Not buying like, dude, I got these for less than half of the price of one set, and I got two sets. I didn't get them from the company. And I'm pretty sure they're going to work just as well. Right, the same exact product. Well, the filter had a different tab on it, different color tab, so it's not the same exact product, but the product is so like the filter, the heavy filter itself is probably the same thing. Filter. I have one of those in my room too. It's like they're seeing. Well, I mean, in here, I smoke all the weed in here though. But I've had the door open while smoking the weed in here, and it still turned black that fast. That's 6 months or so. I helped the computer, and I helped them. The kid helped me, and I went so long without even having one of those. Our air is known for being horrible here already. Matters more for the dust from the cat litter though. That's the shit you probably don't want in your lungs. I got this thing right here next to me. I tell you, when I get my new Jordans, I'm gonna be in here hooping. I'm gonna hear breaking ankles on people. Gonna know which way. Alley-ooping. Left-handed layup. Ayo. Better bring your A game, buddy. Dude, how the fuck did I cut my finger? A weird cut on it. It's like etchy, you know. Etchy on shit. Like etchy on shit. Are you trying to be? Do it. You can be anything. Pinky cut. You're the little pinky that could. He needs you. He needs you. Don't let the thumb take all the... pinky power. Need you. Pinky power. Need you. Pinky power. How long? Pinky. How long? How long? How long? Pink, 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 pink. I think I went over that, Sister T. I didn't even see you ask. Bad. Yeah, pretty dark, huh? For that amount of time. My lungs look like... oh. I like that too. What does that mean? Pinky power. What does that mean? Pinky power. Pinky power. Oh, you gonna park there? I'm gonna get your car all dirty today. Oh yeah, I'm gonna splatter grass all over that shit. Parking the wrong spot, baby. Baby, you wanna move on. Oh, I get you messy with my grass. I'm not trying to be an ass. Gotta go. I got my neighborhood hoe showing up right now. Name Trident. This is Gelato brand? I don't get it. Gelato Sativa Pineapple Punch. I guess it's Gelato brand weed or just pre-rolls. I might have to look into this one. At least it comes in a glass jar. It's more than I can say for the Fig Farms 1 gram pre-rolls. Feel it, even though it's weak, I can feel this. I do appreciate that it's not infused. I'd rather it be weak than infused. I've said that before. Because I don't like the harshness. I don't like the synthetic feel to a sprayed weed. It just has a off. It's got too much THC. The ratio's off. Tastes like shit. Usually harsh, especially in game. Obviously. Condom. These are 1.2 grams, but they're sold as 1 gram. I didn't take it apart and label it or weigh it, and it doesn't say 1.2 anywhere on the label, but neither does it say that on their website. It was the same 1 gram jar. Next to it, it says available in 2 sizes, and it goes next to it this and the other is they have a 5 gram infused one with diamonds or dipped in Dustin and Keith. So they're like, but those are labeled as 2.5 grams for the 5, so 0.5. But on the website it says they're 0.6 grams actually. It looks like they overweigh their stuff every time. Kind of cool. I don't brand. I'm looking at. I want to. I got to get tissue. I got. Some places got their joints for like $5.50. I know how close they are. Some have them for $11.48. The website, the clinic actually puts it as a 1.2 gram joint, but even though it doesn't say it on the packaging. Right, it hasn't been eaten not every. Kind of weird, isn't it? Right, it's raisin. What are you doing here? If you haven't cinched your nipples, people, you must cinch your nipples before this step. Tighten the butt cheeks every time. He goes from the feet all the way up to the butt, the lower back. Through the nipple clamps into the universe. Costco has loppers right now. I probably need to get it. They're Fiskars. And it's decision, man. Which lopper do you get? There's so many nowadays. There's a lopper that you go, and it's kind of like a shotgun, pump shotgun on the shaft, but you also look like you're masturbating your thing all the time. This tree, motherfucker. Oh yeah. The other ones have a string. You pull on it, and that's got its own cons. Then you got lapper, baby, lop, man. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get my lop game on point, in check. I need to get my ass on a card so people want to collect me as the Long Beach lopper. Here in my neighbor's front yard, I don't know if it's a dead animal or no. A Long Beach lopper. Yeah, that's a nice ring too, doesn't it? No matter what the fuck a lopper is, does it? A ring like that glistens in the sunshine. Diamonds sparkling in the sun. Everybody here in agreement? Congruence? Are we a conglomerate? Or contingency? Maybe both. see my bullseye? Whoa. 1.2 grams of gelatos pineapple punch. What's a glass? What the fucking glass? Do you hear that? That's good shit right there. Poopy. Everybody poops. You know, I heard they were trying to ban that book in schools. The room is on the west side of the house, so it doesn't get sun till the afternoon. Lopper. You know what a lopper is yet? Look, man, look. Let me help you out here. Oh, Dave? Now you know. I'll be getting out there, I'll be getting all fucking psychedelic with the trees and shit. I gotta get my lap on. I still got him. Why don't they let me take some out of the... Don't make me play copyrighted music. See, look, now it's at one fan. It's blue for the air quality in here. It's not as smoky. Pretty sweet. Keeping her nice and clean. We were primarily doing that for the people. This Timble. Dude, have you seen the Outlaws like doing some weird shit lately? It is. Hold up. Looking boy, this is my zone. Look at my home is ahead of high. Oh, hell, what is going to come in? Here we go. Ow. That's his newest hit, actually. I saved you some time. I'm just like, I don't know, I haven't heard it. That could be it though. Man. Oh, we're good. Alright. Just 41 minutes. Excuse me. Look at this. This is the church. Look, he's got couches in there.
I gotta share a testimony with you.
What's he living in it?
Actually, there's a couple that has happened in the last couple weeks.
Dude.
It's some really amazing testimonies.
Should I sit down for this? Should I get my dick out?
Oh, let's see. And I'm going to tell one myself. This channel's always been the good, the bad, the ugly, all of the in-between. You know, no matter the cost to myself, whatever. And I know I'm going to take some major persecution over this, as if nobody else ever does this. Not like everybody probably does this, but nobody will admit to it. And so the one person being the somebody that will admit to it will take all the persecution for everybody that's ever did this sin. Whatever, people. Throw your stones.
He's better than me.
Okay, so I've had this, I've had some addictions, like we all have. We all have addictions, whether we want to accept it, acknowledge it, realize it, look deeper in and find those addictions and then overcome them, whatever. We all have some addictions unless we are really seasoned in the faith and have worked diligently to overcome those addictions. Okay, then there may be some that, there may be a select few that truly have no addictions. But
Badder or stronger?
anybody that is not seasoned in the faith, we all have addictions. And for the less seasoned, the more addictions that we're going to have. Well, for every man and woman out there, there may be the exception here or there, okay? And I guess, like some of the exceptions will be if you've had vasectomies or this or that. Some exceptions will be if you're up in age and you have no...
Hold on, I'm sorry, y'all. I got distracted. Yo, what? I got distracted by Brody's comment here. Because I couldn't read it when it popped up because it was kind of tiny. But I read it just now. That's hilarious. Dude, was your mom pissed off? What the hell did you do? I you have a hole in your shirt now.
Some of the exceptions will be if you've had vasectomies or this or that.
Wait, what did I miss? I don't remember saying that.
If you've had vasectomy, like some of the exceptions will be
go.
out there. There may be the exception here or there. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was reading on it for a while, so I got. Hi, everybody. I think he's drinking. What kind of tea?
Well, for every man and woman out there, there may be the exception here or there, okay? And I guess, like some of the exceptions will be if you've had vasectomies or this or that. Some exceptions will be if you're up in age and you just have no libido left. But for every other person that still has a working libido, you know what I'm talking about. You do the manly thing or the, private woman thing. We're just going to call it that.
Why not just say you masturbate?
Right? But
dude, hold on.
There's also another addiction.
Why are people afraid of using, like, society's doing this at an alarming rate. It's not just religious people or religious nuts. It's like the news is afraid to say, like, for instance, you can't say the R word. I'm even like, man, you can't say the R word on YouTube. They may not recommend you stream anymore. And that's like a thing, though. That's actually a thing because so many people think it. They say the G. I'm scared to talk about the fruits that sound like it. But like what was another one? You can't say the S word for offing yourself. Like, what was another one? There's so many of them, dude. It's like they're trying to cancel words to where, oh, well, I've already talked about this before. I'm sorry for interrupting him, but this is something I need to bring up again because it's something that they do. When they cancel the word, oftentimes they'll replace it with a word that has more syllables in it. So what they're doing is they're making the people that are saying the word that they don't like, they're making them say more syllables to be able to talk about it. It's weird. Like colored became colored people. And then, or no, people of color. Uh, colored people of color became one more syllable. There's multiple cases like that. Anyway, sorry, I'm sorry.
Private woman thing. We're just gonna call it that. All right. But there's also another addiction that goes along with that.
They never make it shorter.
That statistics show. I'm just pulling a number out of thin air right now. Just keeping it real, but I think it's somewhere around 75 to 85% of people admit to watching porn. Like I said, throw your stones as if you've never done it. Whatever. And if you're married, maybe you never have done that. And that's great. And maybe you've always just been a believer and the Lord's always protected you from that. And if that's the case, great, beautiful.
The Lord
Anybody that's ever lived in the
you.
flesh, though, I can guarantee.
Why is he
watched porn?
Dude, why is he starting a fucking video?
Unless they got married straight out the gate and like just
talking about weird sex shit.
Weird occurrence happen. Most people do this though in today's society.
Child predator.
Anyway, so I'm not an exception to that.
God dang, he tries so hard at this. Like, I don't know.
I've been crying out to the Lord for a long time.
Because he doesn't take ownership for the shit, dude. That's the problem with me, dude. So, this is what kids do, man. You know? I was just a kid. He never comes on the show saying that she forgives him or anything. Every time he would be screaming for months on end. It'd always be the other sister that helped do it that would come on. I forgive you for. No, it was all my fault. It wasn't you. It was me. I talked you and her into it. It's so weird. If you're new for this dude, he's something.
To get past all that, to break those addictions. And I've done good for seasons, and then I fall back off the horse like any striving.
So you know what I mean? It's weird to hear somebody with knowing his history, he make a video of talking about him beating off. You know what I mean? Like he's beating off so much that he's like, I gotta talk to people. He looks at streaming like the confession booth, possibly.
Trying to do right.
How much is he beating off?
As we try to overcome addictions. So I would do great for seasons and I'd fall off. Do great for seasons and then fall off. And when I say a season, when it comes to this
I'm gonna get my camera.
A season.
Okay.
For me, I would do a good season for me was free of the addiction for maybe as much as a week, give or take. And that would that would be free from both.
See what this is across the street in the yard.
Sometimes I could maybe push out a week and a half, 2 weeks from the addiction of the porn and justifying the other as I'm working on one sin at a time, which is fine. It helped get me through the season by remembering that I just need to work on one addiction at a time until I've, but the problem with this one is that both those addictions really go hand in hand with each other. So you really, on that particular addiction, you kind of got to work on both of them at the same time or it don't work. Anyway, so
what is he saying?
I was laying here.
You can't look at porn without wanting to beat it.
3.5, 4 weeks ago. It's probably been 3.5 weeks ago, if I'm keeping it real.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah.
I still wanted to beat it.
3.5 weeks ago, I'm laying here, right here on this couch. And I thought I'll just roll over on this couch and take me a little cat nap before I carry on with my day. and I was feeling lonely. I've been working on the addictions. I had been doing good. Over that past probably month or two, as of about 3.5 weeks ago, in that I think looking at porn was very minimal. And the self-pleasuring was fairly minimal as well. Still yet, there would always be that caving moment. So, I rode over that one day. I'm laying on this couch, I'm facing that way. And let them get cut off. I'm facing that way, towards the back of the couch. And I've done this many times, but there was something about that time. I was just pouring it all out to the Lord, pouring my
bunch of leaves,
everything out to the Lord. Like, I don't want to do this, And even though I've said the same prayers over and over many times, like I said, there's just something different about this one. I just pouring it all out, crying and everything, because I was so grieved. I feel so close to the Lord at times, but then the craving for the addiction rears its ugly head in there. Of course, that's, Satan and his fallen angels, coming in, whispering in the mind and, causing all that division. And then, of course, the brain, whatever, decides to go ahead and cave in. Well, anyway, I was just pouring it all out to the Lord. Laying here trying to go to sleep at the same time, expressing to him that, how grieved I am every time I fail. And I hadn't actually fallen at that point, but there is a certain sensation when you go a while without giving into an addiction of any kind. But especially this one, there's a certain sensation that begins to happen within the body that just is like, it just makes you want to clench up and either go take care of that sensation, or otherwise you're just getting real tense, almost hostile, mad, angry. For me, that's the way I was getting. I was starting to get just real tensed up, angry, hostile, like, God, I don't know how much longer I can take this. I'm doing the best that I can here. I'm fighting these urges. I'm fighting them, but I pleaded to you, please take total control of this situation. I give it to you, my Lord. And I'm laying it in thick. So anyway, I'm laying here on this couch that day, and I'm crying out to him, trying to take a nap at the same time, but I never really did fall asleep. I kind of started to kind of doze just a hair, but not really, if that makes any sense. I had my eyes shut, but I wasn't asleep. And all of a sudden, I hear this female say something to me. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, no. What? I didn't even bother to move when I heard it. At first, I don't know if I thought it was coming from my TV, and it took me a few moments to realize it wasn't coming from my TV, but the voice did come from the direction of my TV. But all my doors are locked. There's nobody else in here. No way anybody can get in here. And I think at that point I was like, must be somebody outside messing around. After about, I don't know, 30 seconds or a minute, I finally decided to look up here at my cameras, and
bro,
there's nobody out there.
It must have been his dead grandmother coming to visit to tell him to stop masturbating. What are you doing?
And
oh, it was Pam.
Wait a minute. I sat up, I look at my TV, And I had some music going, some instrumental music, but with no words. And I'm like, I've never heard that instrumental music have anybody talk ever at all. Now, I had probably laid there maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes by that point, since the time I'd heard the voice. And I was like, let me rewind this TV and just make sure that it wasn't that instrumental. So I rewound it by about, I think, 4 or 5 minutes. Listened to it all the way through. There was never a voice came across there. So it was not the TV. I went outside, walked around the perimeter, nobody. But even if there had been somebody, it wouldn't have been like I heard this voice inside this church. I actually heard it more legible than you're hearing me right now. Like it was crystal clear. But the voice was of a female persuasion. I was at complete peace though. Like it didn't scare me. Matter of fact, it was like 2 minutes, a minute and a half, 2 minutes before I even turned over after I heard the voice, because like it just seemed so natural. Like, and it took me a few moments to process. And I know y'all are like, well, what'd the voice say? What'd the voice say? The voice told me, I put it on, I made a note of it. Let's see. It said, there are more than 1,000 angels who's either surrounding you or encamped around about you. End of sentence. And then the voice said one more word immediately at the end of that sentence, which the word was remember. There are more than 1,000 angels around you. Remember. That was it.
Bro, they've been watching them beat off all this time. He's all embarrassed.
I haven't caved in since that day. That was at least 3.5 weeks ago. I have not caved in one time. The urges have been heavy. When they get heavy, I start crying out to the Lord. But nowhere near to the extent that I cried out to him that day. As the days are passing, yes, there's still been urges. But
I should have shown y'all. This thing was full up to here.
More and more with every time that I overcome the next urge. Brothers and sisters, let me encourage you.
It gets dirty in here. I need a new one of those.
When you want deliverance bad enough to do everything you know to do, by fighting the urges, but also by praying earnestly, wholeheartedly, crying out to him, anything is possible. I was talking with one gentleman, so it's been, I think it's been almost 4 weeks since I've given in to any of those urges at all. Actually,
can you imagine going to a sermon and the preacher's like, folks, tell you what, it's been 3 weeks since I've looked at any porn, and because of that, it's been 3 weeks since I've masturbated. And you can do it too. You see, a voice talked to me. 1,000 angels are looking at me when I masturbate. Could be looking at you too. It's just God doesn't talk to you. Been warned.
Urge has probably been closer to 2 months. And the self-pleasuring has been right at about a month. And here the last several days, there's hardly been any urges at all.
Holy
and
shit.
Before that, it was like, starting out, it was constant all day, every day, especially the longer I went without giving in to the urges. It just got more intense, more intense, more intense, more intense.
Dude, that's what it's like living in Oklahoma, though. There's nothing to do out there. Masturbate. Look at wheat field. Fuck! God damn! Really?
The more I fought him, the more I gave God gratitude, thanks for setting me free.
The attacks of the fucking lanyard hanging down.
When that voice told me there are more than 1,000 angels around you, remember. Now that was a literal, audible voice as you hear me, okay? Now later I asked the Lord, now
not attacking everything.
He's not audible like you hear me. You know, he talks to the spirit man within me. So I asked the Holy Spirit, when I sat up and I finally got done trying to process everything and I finally accepted that I heard an angel. I didn't see the angel. I never once even remotely, not a glimpse, nothing, seen nothing of the angel. I only heard the angel. Well, anyway, once I got done processing that this truly was an angel I heard, I'm sitting here and I start to realize that in the spirit realm, I'm seeing angels all through this church. And I'm like, okay. And I asked the Lord, I said, well, Lord, that angel that spoke to me said there was over 1,000 angels. I said, well, I am incredibly grateful. I'm a little bit without understanding because there's maybe at most a couple hundred angels in here, but that's it. And he told me, he says, oh yeah, that's just the ones on the inside. You've got a whole slew of them guarding the entire perimeter, and they're all strung out through the yard and everything. And I'm like, oh, okay. And at that point, my spirit was able to actually see through the walls of this building. And at that point, I began to see all the angels surrounding this entire property. And it was like a flood, just a massive flood of angels encamped around about this property. From that point on, I realized I'm being watched 24/7. And everything I do is being reported back to my Father. The angels are reporting back to him what I'm doing. They're reporting back to him if I've caved. They're reporting back to him if, how well I've done. And something about knowing that I'm being watched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There's no way I can self-pleasure anymore. It's just not going to happen. And all of that has came as a result of my heart being 100% sincere and pure. Even though the addiction kept manifesting itself from time to time, my heart, the sincerity of my heart was 100% pure.
This is one of the weirdest ones he's done.
Up a lot of times We plead out and we cry to God for this and that. But it's like, how bad do you really want it? Do you want it bad enough to do what you can never imagine doing? Do you want it bad enough to fight those urges?
Dude, if you don't, you're just going to do it in the middle of your sleep one night.
And
But
the Lord
that's-
sees the degree of
that's
how
God's
bad we want it.
orgasm.
We may not even understand how bad we want it, or what extents we're willing to go through to get whatever we're asking for, to get a deliverance or whatever it is. But one thing's for sure, God sees the degree of sincerity and purity in our hearts. Movie Fast and Furious, what's his name?
Vin Diesel.
Why have I forgotten that main character's name on the Fast and Furious? Golly, he's so well known. It's been that long since I watched them movies, though, I guess. Vin Diesel. He's racing Brian Spillner, or Paul Walker, whatever name you want to go by, his movie name or his real name. But in the movie, he's racing Brian Spillner.
I didn't even know that was his movie
And
name.
they're racing for $1 million.
And I have been to the Fast and the Furious house on stream. You seen that one, Sister T?
And in the movie, Brian Spillner's
Already seen that one.
old lady is pregnant. And Brian Spillner's old lady happens to be Vin Diesel's sister.
Why is he putting
Vin
scriptures on the
Diesel
screen?
wants to let Brian Spillner win because he wants to bless Brian Spillner with $1 million to help take care of his sister and raise that child, which would be his nephew.
Have you seen it, Brody?
But they're racing. Brian Spillner can't hear what Vin Diesel says, but they're racing, and Vin Diesel keeps letting off the gas just a little bit. Not much, but just a little bit. And he just, like I said, not that Brian Spillner could hear it, but Vin Diesel goes, "You gotta want it, Brian. You gotta want it." Basically, Brian had to push it to the absolute max. Just pedal to the metal all the way down. Get it and go. Don't give up. Don't get scared. There's no room for fear. Don't get scared and ease off the gas. You gotta want it. And that's where we are. We gotta want it. Bad enough.
That is. That's the first time
to
what?
do whatever it is that God has called us to do. Five and a half, 6 years ago, I was delivered from an addiction to methamphetamines. About 4 years ago, I was delivered from alcohol addiction. And this year, I've been delivered from sexual impurity. Now, I was talking to someone. I was talking to him about this issue, and he says, "Oh my goodness, I'm so glad to know it's not just me that's dealing with this issue." He says, "But wait a minute." He says, "When you stop doing that, isn't it And I shut him down. I said, what, not healthy? He's like, how'd you know what I was going to say? I was like, because I've already been down that road too. I've already did the research and all that. Yeah, research says that if you quit self-pleasuring and the man holds that stuff inside, that it's very, very unhealthy and will cause this or that or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and that's what's held me back for so many years, or what has held me bound to that sin for so many years, is because, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, I was feeling guilty about doing it. And so I began doing research, and that's what I found. That's what Satan wanted me to find, to keep me in that bondage. And I began to tell him, I said, listen, you got to understand something. If God calls it sin, but the scientists tell us that it'll kill us. Well, I don't think scientists actually said it would kill us, but it said something about it being very unhealthy and maybe it could cause cancer or something. I don't know. But if God is calling it sin and telling us not to do it, and he's the creator of the entire universe and everything within the universe, but we got these scientists over here saying, if we don't commit this sin, then we're going to have major health problems. I'm like, who are you going to trust? He's like, oh my goodness, you got a point. Yeah. And he said, and I began to tell him at that point how long it had been since I had last done anything. And he's like, really? He's like, so it's really possible to actually quit this fully? And at that time, I think I was about, at that time I had that conversation, I think I was about a week and a half clean. And it was probably 3 or 4 days after that conversation I failed one time. And that one time after that conversation that I failed was my last time that I failed. But on that conversation, he's like, it's really possible? I'm like, brother, with God, all things are possible. It's really possible. And he went on to tell me, he's like, man, I'm so glad that I'm not the only one struggling with this. I'm so glad you opened up to me about this and talked to me about this. Men, you're not alone in this struggle. But when you read, when you have this understanding that it's unhealthy to not relieve the pressure, that's what Satan wants us to believe. And these
just like
idiots,
Satan wants you to believe in dinosaurs.
They do their scientific research.
Endocannabinoid system.
And angels and demons are real. They do this scientific research. Angels and demons are real. Okay? Angels can protect us. Demons can cause hurt. So these scientists are doing their research. The demons are in the background secretly doing things to taint that research in order to give the outcome that they want that scientist to see. And then that scientist writes a report, yeah, it's unhealthy to not relieve the pressure. Completely contradicting what the scripture tells us. Wow, how did I go into all that? Well, guess I'm going to have a video right here in of itself.
Look at that lopper. Let's go, lopper, baby. Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy. You think people are going to be looking all this shit up?
Or I'll just edit this into one big video into something that maybe is more like a movie. It's your show, Lord. You lead the way. Maybe this is why I couldn't go to sleep, because the Lord had some stuff to say through me. I know He's been waiting for me to tell these testimonies, and I've been putting it off. A lot of the reason I was putting it off, though, is because I wanted to make sure my deliverance was real before I talked about it. And, yeah, it's real. It is truly real. That I know with a confidence. You know, it's something I can say for, this is going to sound really weird to most of y'all, but I can say that with a confidence. And it comes from, it's confidence of faith, I guess. Just knowing that I know. The Lord's not going to tell us to do something that's going to harm us. And if not, relieving pressure was going to harm us, He would have given us another out.
So why did they want that? Think about this historically.
He's done so much, given me so many testimonies.
All right. I say I'm losing viewers. I don't care. Historically, they needed people to have children. Waste the seed was like a thing in the Bible. You know, you don't waste your seed, because that could have been a kid, and they needed kids for humanity to blossom, for this to work. Kids need to be born in abundance, because making it past 1 year old was a miracle, actually. So that's why, like, if you had just all of humanity was just beaten off in the rooms, like the beginning of Idiocracy was like, go away, I'm baiting. You know, if everybody was just beaten off like that, nobody was having kids. If everybody was gay, also nobody's having kids, then humanity can't grow. Aliens needed that to happen, or the governments needed that to happen. Both, actually. It started with the aliens, but then when government with the religion, now got your penis off. What are you waiting for? Stop being a pussy.
At this point,
grow a pussy. Why don't you grow a pussy,
I know, and there's, you know, where back, 20 years ago, I'd have been like,
get your pussy to grow a pussy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know about all this. I don't think this is right. I wouldn't have, I'd have had major stress if I tried to exercise some different kinds of faith. Anyway, but when you really get deep off in tune with the Lord, you just don't have no stresses no more. You really don't. It's like, I keep crying out to the Lord, I desire a wife, but at the same time,
why does He care so much about being with a woman?
I have to make sure that when I'm praying and telling the Lord my desire, that I'm telling Him, however, Lord, only You know what's to come of that. And if by me having a wife is going to keep even one soul from heaven, I'd rather remain celibate, even though it means
He's not an incel.
Desire may always be there.
Not an incel.
Well, anyway, I go on and tell him the desires of my heart. But, well, like I was saying, I got done with I decided to call it quits last night with my studies. And after I called it quits, I realized, or as I was calling it quits, sitting at my desk, I realized, I've been sitting at this desk for hours. And everything that I do throughout the day, where would, like, just yesterday anyway, in particular, yesterday, I would have had absolutely no time yesterday for anybody, a wife or anybody. And in order to have time for them, I would have had to stop beneficial productivity and concerns to the ministry in order to give any of my time to anybody.
Just you wouldn't be able to even take care of a cat. Because of the ministry.
We know a happy wife, a happy life. And we also know that we're called to, either remain celibate in order to effectively minister the Word of God, or if we marry, we have to keep our household in order.
I think he lives at the church now, judging by the pillows.
Our children are upset that we're not.
He goes home probably to the camper trailer, whatever the hell his mom's at, and showers probably, because apparently he had some chick there with her kid that he was trying to convince to stay at the church before he had all his furniture in there. And she was like, well, there's no bathroom. I want to be able to take a shower. He's like, oh, you just use a wet naps or use a sink, and trying to convince him to just do that. So he's probably doing that until it's unbearable and he really needs to go get a shower, and then he goes home, gets a shower, like a full body shower. But I bet he's like just in the church now for like a week going in by himself, and but he's just been beaten off the whole time in the church, bro. Because his mom's nowhere around, He's not going to walk in on him, or he can lock all the doors. He's the only one with the key, probably. So he's like, yeah, this is my beat off. It's been so long since I've been able to beat off without mama being able to just walk in anytime. Fuck. Dude, this church has been beat off more than any church in the history of in Oklahoma churches.
Not spending enough time with them. Well, now we got to make a choice. What do?
He ratted on himself.
Ministerial things more important, or is family life more important? Whereas a single man, I don't have to worry about that.
That's why we haven't seen him in so long.
So it's a hard thing. This is a really, really hard one to live this way.
Especially when you're perverted.
Because I absolutely want to glorify my Lord, and I do not want to do anything in the world to displease Him.
Got 1,000 angels watching you beat off. All in the yard waiting. Shame you as you go anywhere.
That I have now, if a woman is really truly ordained by God to be with me, then she's not going to be demanding of my attention during certain seasons anyway. Otherwise, I just have to, I really have just got to get myself determined to be celibate for the rest of my life.
Well, I mean, probably a good idea.
So as not to lose even one soul.
Well, more so that you don't get your feelings hurt too much. Also be a
Well,
celibate rather than incelibate.
I hope by me sharing all of this, I hope that there are those of you out there, which I know there are many of you out there, going through the same thing that I'm going through, having the same thoughts, dealing with the same addictions, fighting the same urges.
This is for all the D-livers that are just sitting there, like with their dick in their hands right now.
Society has made you feel less of a man if you talk about it, and so you hide it. Even though pretty much all the world, every human person in the world has done or still does do what carnally seems to come naturally, yet is a sin. Then everybody wants to call you names and you're the scapegoat. Basically you're taking the entire world's sins on that subject matter on top of your shoulders, and you're going to get the full force of the weight of it coming down on you. And I guarantee there are going to be so many idiots that will stone me to death for this video. Whether literally or metaphorically, there are going to be many idiots that stone me to death over this. But that's okay, as long as the ones that need to hear this message and is actually getting something from it, know that they are not alone. Know that there is hope, and know that it is possible to overcome these addictions. Here I am in my pajamas talking to y'all like this. All kinds of vulnerable here. Not in that manner. Oh.
On that manner. What is he talking about?
Not looking professional at all, that's for sure.
Butthole vulnerable?
But hey, it is what it is.
It is, exactly. Why you're not succeeding at this. You're not trying.
4:30 in the morning.
4:30.
Lay back down again. Oh.
4:30 in the morning.
I've been talking for almost an hour and a half. Wow.
Hey, what? What? You got up at like 3 in the morning, wanting to beat it. He was like, "Man, I gotta tell somebody about this. God, I don't want to beat it right now." Maybe you did have a wet dream. Oh God! Did you?
Good morning, friends.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, make a video now about this. He's talking to me in my dreams. He calls me to make a mess. I gotta give Simon his heart medicine now. Yippee-ki-yay, partner. What? I tell you what we got right here.
Hello everyone, I'm Jake Klein back for another
he's got the spike
review.
stand now.
This time it's C4 Sour Gummy Splash. Yeah, no, to you guys, sour stuff isn't that great. I promised you guys this yesterday, though, that I would try this. But today I will be getting dressed so that I can walk towards Dollar General. I seen another C4 drink called Cosmic. Well, it's a reskin of Skittles. I'll get that and review that tomorrow before Ranch Fill. But before Ranch Fill as well, you guys will be surprised. I will tell you tomorrow instead. But as of right now, let's go for the review. You guys already know the nutritional facts for C4, and as well as the caffeine content. If you guys forget, 200 milligrams of caffeine. And I'm hoping this is better than the White Haze Rain. I think this was a reskin of another energy drink. I'm wondering if their candy stuff is expiring on their contracts and getting in different kinds of candy energy drinks in their own way. There's many companies that can do candy energy drinks with numerous candy companies. Such as Starburst and Skittles, for example. Remember, Sour Patch is also a candy, so is Swedish Fish, as well as Warheads. Basically, Ghost has a contract with Sour Patch Kids, and as well as Warheads and Swedish Fish. Not to mention Sour Strips. All those are candies.
Oh,
if
I
you
forgot.
didn't know.
Alright, I forgot. Double sweet.
But technically, my favorite would be the Sour Patch Kids ones. Swedish Fish one is good, but it's not that great. The Caffeine Man, the Swedish Fish one is great. Due to the fact there's people out there that grew up with the candy. But let's not ramble on about candy stuff. Let's go ahead and end the review. I hate it when I ramble on and stuff and I don't get any no reviews. You guys already know it's a clear color. If not, you're a refresher.
One of the reasons why it's so intriguing.
Check the smell first. Remember, smell is the way to go.
You know what I'm saying? Dude, if he didn't put as much as he did into it, it would be this. He has to do what he's doing for me to even give a shit. Like, if he just got on here, it's like, hey, I got another one here. It's like cherry and vanilla. There he goes. Hey, see ya. But, like, the amount of effort he puts into it, as well as, like, the whole package. Oh, baby.
I'm not smelling any sourness. Okay, there's nothing to smell then. So, let's taste it. Okay, it has that taste on what it says on the can. Sour gummy splash. In other words, it's a sour gummy flavor. If you had any sour gummies before, that's what you're getting from this. So it's not really a reskin, just a new flavor. Plus, they didn't have a candy one before. That's this color, green, on top. So something different from C4.
I'll go make another tea. I'll make the green tea this time.
Basically, their licensing for all those candy flavored drinks are going away. That's why there can be expired contracts when it comes to each company. That's why you're getting new flavors from C4 on candy drinks. as well as reskins of different flavors. I'll try to get the reskin tomorrow, though, of the Skittles one. But if you want to know about the reskin Skittles one, there's many reviewers out there, so I would recommend checking out reviews on the reskin one, or go to C4's website and find out. I can always take a picture, though, if you want to know about it, and post it. Let me know in the comments if you want me to take a pic after getting it and post it. Like I said, it's a reskin of Skittles energy drink from C4, but back in from the can before I derate it. I'm gonna drink the rest of this off can. So, what am I gonna be rating this? Due to the fact I'm liking it so far, it's not that as sour, like it says on the can, like it should be. So, I'm rating it a solid, how about a 7.1 out of 10. C4 did a good drink, but it's not as sour. There's many sour drinks out there, but Monster tried to do a sour drink, but failed. Even C4 did. I'm thinking this one failed too because it's not as sour. By the way, the one that I'm thinking of is under the Rain line. I reviewed that one before. So, there's that. Even Caffeine Man reviewed it before. But I reviewed it before he did. Seen it in the store and decided to pick it up and reviewed it for you guys. If you guys want me to do a playlist, let me know in the comments as well. Not just a picture of the C4 reskinned Skittles. I'll let you guys know what it looks like. Because I could easily do a playlist of my Rain energy drinks. Rain energy drink reviews. If you guys want me to. So that way you'll know what ones I reviewed. It's easier than nothing. Because if you want to know what ones I reviewed on Rain Energy, then a playlist is the way to go. Just let me know in the comments, guys, if you guys want a picture of the C4, the reskin Skittles energy drink of C4, and as well as a playlist of Rain Energy from me on my reviews. But until tomorrow's video, MJ Klein's out. Peace out. Later, everyone. See you in the next video.
Argue.
Toprak kısmı kendi solumuza doğru.
Wait! Only one cat will survive. Probably. Spoiled her plan.
Boşaltıyorum şöyle.
Gotta give us up. Tea ready. I gotta put the bags in the water now.
A school fundraiser prize is causing outrage tonight. A toy, monkey, and fake poop were given to a young black girl. Fox 11's Laura Diaz is live at Mann Elementary School, where the family is demanding answers. Laura.
Yes, that's very true, Susan. She attends 5th grade here at Mann Elementary School. And so when they had a campaign to try to raise money for the school, this young girl was very excited about it.
We used to have a monkey in Memphis.
In it, and
would
she helped them
poop at the glass that people didn't like you. Silverback. Yeah.
to raise money. So when she received,
apparently we traded him to China so we could borrow some pandas for a few years. Some shit. I had one of them wax things. Remember, you could make them wax things at the zoo. Had this particular smell to them. The one's around the corner. A little souvenir out of wax before you leave. Wasn't that weird? Why didn't they just have them pre-made in the gift shop? I get it though, because then they don't have a bunch of them sitting around, and they're very fragile, so they get dinged up. It's smart, and it's super cheap. Like they make way more than those things. Man, why don't more places have those?
Received a prize for her hard work. It was something that she was proud of
in the world.
But when she took that box home and showed her family what was inside, they were outraged.
It was the prize that she received that we found very inappropriate.
So when was that presented to her? And
hold up, well, we gotta stop everything. Older Rama they were using, maybe. Oh, more zoos have them. Since it seems like another zoo had them.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture.
But it was something like this, not the exact same. Oh, actually, yeah, it was something like one of these that they had in the zoo.
Next to the model railroad at the Museum of Science and Industry, Paul Jones is checking on one of his Mold-A-Rama machines.
We check it mechanically for every coin it accepts. So we'll put a nickel, a dime, quarter, and then a dollar, paper dollar, just to make sure that everything is working.
If you've visited Chicago's museums or zoos in the past 50 years or so, chances are you've encountered a Mold-A-Rama machine.
So what you see up here under the dome is actually the workspace of the machine.
For $3, the machine injects hot melted plastic into a two-piece aluminum metal mold. Air is blown through the model to hollow it out, and then the souvenirs cool down before it's dispensed.
I thought it was fucking wax all this time.
All
Hold
in
up.
under a minute.
That's a different one then.
It actually takes 45 seconds,
Plastic.
45 to 50 seconds to make this, and it takes another 15 to 20 for the machine to catch up to make another.
This is different.
The design of a Mold-A-Rama corresponds to its location.
Different.
Everybody my age and older can
Because
remember
it's plastic.
coming here to see baby chicks born while you watch, and this mold commemorates it. It's actually two chicks. One still has a shell on his head.
In the museum's Space Center, what else but a space shuttle?
Biggest mold we have.
Some might call it vintage 3D printing. The last Mold-A-Rama machine was made in the mid-1960s. They debuted at the 1962 Seattle World's Fair and gained even wider attention 2 years later at the New York World's Fair.
Visitors make their own souvenirs. In fact, Dino is the most popular
I went to
souvenir
the World's
sold
Fair
at
in
the
New
fair.
York. Is that where that one was?
Jones says Mold-A-Rama's original owner, the Automatic Retailers of America, sold off their machines.
That one was, and what year was it?
Wider attention 2 years later at the New York World's Fair.
Visitors make their own souvenirs.
When was? How many times was the World's Fair in New York? It was only, oh, dude, was it really only 1964? 1939? Oh, shit! Wait. Yeah, my dad went to that one with his brother and my grandfather. That was this one. It was 1964. It had to have been that one. I guess, why don't we do those anymore? World's Fair. So, they're not in the same country every year. Even, maybe they do still do them. Or do they? Were they always in the same country?
Souvenirs. In fact, Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
Jones says Mold-A-Rama's original owner, the Automatic Retailers of America, sold off their machines in 1971. That year, Paul's father, Bill Jones, a former accountant, began buying machines, starting with 10 at Brookfield Zoo and 2 more at the Museum of Science and Industry.
My dad's family thought he was a little bit crazy to give up a steady accounting office job for this, but machines were 6 years old then. It was 1971, and he took a risk.
Over the years, the company continued buying and rebuilding machines and eventually acquired the Mold-A-Rama trademark. They now operate 63 machines in 5 different states.
Hey, wait,
Jones holds on to the company's original designs.
Plastic?
We have just about every mold we've ever run on display in different colors, and some that have never been run.
I don't think it was
checking
plastic,
on the 2
though.
machines at Lincoln
Wax.
Park Zoo, Jones reflects on the local legacy of his family's business.
If you grew up in Chicago, at some point in your lifetime, you've either seen a Mold-A-Rama or made a Mold-A-Rama. And I couldn't imagine Chicago without Mold-A-Rama, or Mold-A-Rama without Chicago.
For Chicago Tonight, I'm Evan Garcia.
This is plastic, though. Like, I would have known that it was plastic. It was plastic. So I'm looking. Always. Then they ended up rebranding it to Expo, World Expo, I guess. And there was a 92 one in Spain, so. Interesting. See, on Reddit, this is saying popular at zoos, and it's the same one, the Moldomatic. But this is saying plastic or wax, and his is saying plastic. But he says corrects. He reposts it and puts wax instead of plastic. This one doesn't say plastic on the machine. Oh, far too soft for it to be plastic. I'm sorry. Those things you could just bite into them if you wanted to. It wasn't because they were thin. If anybody else comments about the wax. Does anybody remember molded wax souvenirs from rest stops? So they thought it was wax too. Made out of wax from the machine. We used to get wax animals at the zoo. Forgotten about those. So it must have been that machine, dude, but some people think it's wax. And the machine tells us that they're plastic. I don't know who to believe. I can look more into this though. Actually, I guess so. Motorama machines use low-density polyethylene, or LDPE pellets, as the plastic material, which are heated and injected into the mold to create hollow waxy wax. It says to create hollow waxy figures, though. So, polyethylene pellets. Low density, by the way. Low density poly. What else is made with the low density polyethylene? Yeah, don't you remember being made out of wax, though? They're saying they're made out of plastic. They're saying they're made out of LDPE. So, Mark. Blast. Remember the smell, dude. You couldn't, like. Oh, it says right here, it's soft, flexible, lightweight plastic material. Low temperature flexibility, toughness, corrosion is not suitable for application where stiffness, high temperature resistance, structural strength are required. Oh, wait. Low density polyethylene wax, a low molecular weight form of LP, exhibits a wax-like properties like low viscosity and high hardness. While traditional waxes like paraffin wax have traditional molecular... Maybe that's what it is. It's a wax form of LDPE. Oh no, that's a wax for a car. Never mind. It's really squishy plastic. It really seemed like a wax to me, though. You could buy a toy to do it at home, burn the shit out of yourself. Yeah, easy bake ovens are outlawed too. Lawn darts. Bring back lawn darts. Oh, look at this. I asked the all-important question about the wax. It says, yes, low-density polyethylene has a waxy consistency due to this molecular structure, which leads to a softer and more flexible material compared to high-density polyethylene. So it does feel like wax. What do you mean texture? You don't think they use this? Think they use wax? Wax? People need to know. People need a hoe. The people need to go. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. People need to flow. People need to row! Row your boat! That's actually hard to do. I'm hurt myself. Waxy. Wax on, wax off. Then the sun. Waxy. Yeah, so you think they were made of wax then? Those things that we were getting when we were kids? Dude, they seem like a borderline a candle material. Because I couldn't... Dude, they would never last. If the dog got it, it was done. It was plastic? Damn. All my life I thought those were wax.
That formula at McDonald's, best tasting Coke on the planet.
Anything written about this? Yeah. Typically, restaurants get their soda syrups in plastic bags, but Coca-Cola does something different for McDonald's. The fast food chain gets their Coke syrup delivered in stainless steel tanks. Material keeps the soda fresher, and your tongue can taste the difference.
That's 1000% it can. That formula at McDonald's, best tasting Coke on the planet.
Anything written?
Interesting. American cheese? What about it? Waxy cheese? Oh. Some say that, what is it, something else is like that too, what, right? Margarine? Is it partially hydrogenated oil or something? Maybe it's hydrogenated oils like that. Trans fats. Hey, Joe, I want to sit down now. Simon, you're blocking my area, so bring the chair over here. He wants to make sure he gets a spot on the lap, I think. That's it today. Oh, it's something somebody told me a long time ago, before trans fats were legalized or whatever. It was in the mid-90s. They said that if you put like a stick of that margarine on the windowsill, it'll stay there forever, pretty much. Because it's like a plastic and your body doesn't know what to do with it. For him saying that, it kind of freaked me out on the whole margarine thing, so I kind of stopped using it. And then it turns out that he was like, right, that dude was a genius. This is the director of a program I was in, but I mean, it makes sense. The body wouldn't know what to do with water and oil mixed together. It feels good not having to get up for a cat-related thing for a little while.
This is the world's most dangerous knife. If you stab someone with it, it can cause serious internal damage. It's called the wasp injector knife, and it was originally made to help divers protect themselves from shark attacks. The blade has a small hole that releases CO2 gas. This gas is kept in a cartridge in the handle of the knife. To use it, you stab the knife and press a button, which releases the gas with a force of 800 psi. This sudden burst of gas can cause a lot of damage inside the target. This is the world's most dangerous knife. If you stab someone with it, it can cause serious internal damage. It's called the wasp injector knife, and it was originally made to...
Yo, how many states is that thing illegal in? Definitely, you can't get that in Canada for sure. Be getting injected, boy, with them balls. Gonna have to come to America. Want some of that. Boston, Texas. I don't care. Stop recommending your games to me, you. Checked? Oh, really? Already checked. And just now or before? Already trying to get one of those to have it. You're already trying to wasp inject somebody before days ago, months, years ago. How long ago have you been wasp injection? I gotta wasp inject you. Hey, look at this. Dude, have you seen how big an eagle's nest really is? Those things are massive. Like, someone can sit in this thing. Maybe this is a smaller one than the one I saw, though. I think I'm gonna get half and half next time, but dude, the thing of half and half at Costco is so big, I'm gonna have to drink half of it, like, straight, before it expires. Thought about getting it. I did the math on it though, and it's double the calories of a regular glass of milk. Like 100 and it's literally double what the whole milk I got is. But what's kind of like got me kind of bummed is the whole milk doesn't. I thought it was gonna taste better, like more creamy than the oat milk. It doesn't. It doesn't, man. I need more cream. That's what I'm thinking about. Half and half. If that's not enough, I'm going full whipping cream. If that's not enough, lard. Oh, you get 30% cream? What is that? Is that whipping cream? Oh, you put whipping cream in it? I looked at it. Oh, really? Wow, that's got to be good for the arteries. I don't know if butter go in. Gonna float to the top. I don't see that as mixing in very well. Butter's really like all oil. The 36% cream has 94% water, right? No, I mean 74% water. Other nipple juices. Oh, what else is it in there? I don't even know. I like the way it tastes though. There's a little. You know what I'm talking about. My heavy cream is 50%. From butter? No. I don't feel the need to do that really. They already have it at the store pre-made. I mean, there's a reason why they have it at the store, because it's a pain in the ass to make your own butter. And there's no real benefit to it. Dude, what the fuck? My shoes just went to Vegas. Man, that's ridiculous. They haven't even went to the authenticator yet. They came all the way out here to Walnut, California. Then they went to the City of Industry, so they were close to me. It said shipment arriving early. And departing FedEx location, that was today. City of Industry at 9:18 a.m. Then it says 406. Hold on, wait. Is it already 4 something in Vegas? I don't know, it's confusing. It says it arrived at 4:06 p.m. in Vegas on March 25th, today. Is that possible? But apparently the authenticator's in Vegas. It was gonna come to me. Something screwed up in this system, man. I think it's had a long trip already. These shoes have went from Miami to Louisiana to Texas to Arizona to California, and now they're in Nevada. Wow. Doing the Great American Trail. Got a cat. We got a cat sighting. This one came last night. I didn't put out any more food last night. And it came by at like 7:15 looking for food. That's empty. Refill that. I need to re-steep my green tea bag. See if that, since I only did those for 3 minutes, that was a double tea bag. I see how strongly the jasmine flavors come through from the. Apparently, the tea was just set with the blossoms for a while. Wonder if they sprayed it with something and they're not putting it on there. I mean, totally transparent, maybe. Oh, come here. Let me see. So you do use heavy cream. You use heavy cream for your tea. Ay, needs more synthesizer. Oh, so they do use 36%. Let's see. You have an old butter churning jar. Cracked. Fix it. Fix it. What are you gonna do with it? I like to look at my jar. Leave me alone. Leave me alone with my jar. My paddle. It's made of wood. Don't make me use it. Get back. Fucking back, it's my jar. I take it back. I'm not joking. I'm gonna use my paddle on you. Made of wood. Care if it's broken. I gotta go get some more food out to them hungry ass kitties. You hear? Ow, ow. What's going on? What's going on over there, man? I don't know. Weird. The matzo cracker box. There's no crackers left in it? I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. The plate's empty. I have a duty.
Yes.
All right then, let's get started. Yeah, second steep on the green tea is very weak. Yeah. Damn. Dude. Needs to have more flavor. Oh, by the way, that cat was in the backyard again. And I went back there. Ran off down the alley. Down the alley. Definitely likes hanging out in the backyard more than anywhere else. Oh, more than any of the other cats. What? Mass shooting, 4 suspects arrested.
Suspect here, the 20-year-old Rivas, Tomas Rivas. All types of criminal charges. He was out on bond for smuggling, apparently smuggling people in El Paso. The other ones, all mostly in trouble too. Now I have him in a court hearing. He had like a brief arraignment. It's kind of clipped up a little bit, but we're gonna play the court arraignment when he was in court yesterday. We'll share that.
Interesting. I didn't even hear about it. Why are so many people being arrested though? Hey. Ice.
Major news coming out of a major city after promising to bring safety back to Boston. Border czar Tom Holman is already...
Boston. Got him. Got him, Boston. What? What?
We begin with one of the most...
Okay. Now this is actually something you can do even further secure. And a break from the birds.
Most bizarre homeless encampments we've ever seen. Dozens of people have broken into and moved into a storage yard full of brand new luxury RVs.
Now, the lot is in the City of Industry near the corner of Gale and Azusa Avenues. Tonight, KCAL's Lori Perez joins us live with this story. Lori.
Well, Susie and Juan, you're right. We have seen encampments all across LA County, but this is one of the most astounding. What we saw today was a busy and active community of people living in a parking lot full of RVs that do not belong to them. SkyCal video of the lot near the corner of Gale and Azusa Avenue.
This is like something out of a movie. This doesn't seem real. Looks like a FEMA camp.
Avenues in City of Industry shows dozens of RVs with
this
people
is in
appearing
LA
to live
County,
in them. Outdoor
dude.
furniture and belongings in the yards like any neighborhood. Except this isn't a neighborhood. It's the storage lot of a company called Black Series RV. And this is their overflow stock of luxury campers that sell for 40 to 100 grand.
We've noticed that several of the trailers have been burning. There's, like I said, there's homeless here. Probably sometimes late at night they're coming in and out.
Workers like Marilyn Martinez, who works nearby, say a city of squatters started taking over months ago. Massive piles of trash and debris piling up. The RV company says trespassers are now living in at least 50 of their campers. They tried using security teams to retrieve them, but say the few they recovered were trashed. Other times they gave up, fearing for their safety. Martinez says she and her co-workers walk in pairs to their cars.
Why do the people want to live in squalor? Like, you got a brand new $40,000 RV and you're just going to trash it? Why not? Like, we had homeless people that lived in the library park here in Long Beach, and every morning they would get up and sweep the park up. So the city didn't give them grief. You know, if they keep the park clean, city isn't gonna be that pissed off. If they trash it, the city's gonna be like, we gotta do something about this because the people or the public are gonna complain more. I guess like these people would be more or less likely to make it onto the news if they would have been more respectful with living in these people's RVs. Possibly it could have lasted a little bit longer for them, even. But no, it made a bigger news story when there's loads. Well, the trash is going to build up unless they had somebody come in to pick it up. But then wrecking the RV itself, like, what are they doing? Are they just shitting in the toilet with no plumbing or with no water in the RV?
It is kind of dark. You know,
Probably.
we do have to cross over here, and it's like
Drugs will do that kind of dumb
we
shit,
have to
probably.
be watching our backs, especially as girls.
The city gave us a statement saying the city does not own the site. This is a private trespass dispute between the property owners and a private party. The city is working with the property owners
Yeah,
in
but it's
helping
still
to
a criminal
coordinate cleanup
charge,
efforts
isn't
at
it?
the site. And County Supervisor
What do you
Hilda
mean?
Solis told us the County of Los Angeles does not have jurisdiction over land use matters in incorporated cities like City of Industry, but my office has been proactive in addressing concerns at the lot. Her office says they've sent outreach workers and alcohol and drug abuse teams to the site. But Raymond Henderson,
can't they
who says
just
he
get
lives in
them
one of the
out?
RVs, says what you see here is desperation. And many moved into the campers only after they had been broken into by others and seemed to be abandoned by the RV company.
They had homeless people come up here, they give you a piece of paper and tell you to call these numbers. That they already know that shelters is already full. Now, they
So, how many chains this guy got on his neck? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have any chains. Actually, I do, and it's smaller than any of his, and it's only silver. Someone gave it to me. Clean hat, clean shirt, glasses looking alright. Like, I don't know, man.
You to call these numbers. Did they already know that shelters is already full? Now they about to kick out a lot of people that don't really have nowhere to go. So you're gonna be seeing them on every bus stop, every street corner. You're gonna be seeing these people.
Like, why is a homeless person? Why would you have this much? Why would you try to look like Mr. T? You're Mr. T of the homeless people. So wait, you're rich, but you live in fucking some van down by the river that doesn't belong to you or have an engine? You got them gold chains though. Ridiculous. I would sell them motherfuckers and try to figure something out. Made one. He's made what? RVs. You don't think he's homeless? Wait, how did they start this interview?
Raymond and many moved into the campers only after they had
preface it like he's one of the many, though.
Been broken into by others and seemed to be abandoned by the RV company.
You know what I mean? Kind of. I mean, maybe they kind of don't let us know exactly whether or not he is. They want to use him. He's a tool for the story. Because they're always biased, right? This is K-Cow. How can you get one? What do you mean? Go over there and get one, man. You gotta claim it. Go with the BB gun. It looks like a real gun.
A lot of homeless people come in here, they give you a piece of paper and tell you to call these numbers. Did they already know that shelters is already full? Now they about to kick out.
How does he know so much about the situation also if he's not one of them? Unless he's like an advocate or someone who gets some kind of contact with an NGO or something.
A lot of people.
Like he wears the gold and stuff to show them, hey man, you can get it like me, man. You can get out the streets like me, dog. I've known there are people like that to do that, and they try to like be like that guiding light. Like, look, man, you can have riches like me if you just do what I say, man. You can have all the gold chains. It could be one of those guys.
People that don't really have nowhere to go. So you're gonna be seeing them on every bus stop, every street corner. You're gonna be seeing these people. It sucks.
A Black Series RV is now working through the court system to get possession of the site and to legally remove anyone who is there. Of course, they won't be able to sell those RVs. They are working with companies, however, that might try to refurbish or salvage them and resell them themselves. We are live in City of Industry. I'm Lori Perez.
Oh, you want one of the ones that have been lived in? Well, there you go, dude. They're gonna be selling them. These birds looking all cute. Hopefully this one's alright, man. Oh yeah. What's up, dog? Why you waking me up, man? I believe it's it. Come on, man. Hold up here. I'm trying to get some wait a minute when the food's here. This one's neck is way bigger though than this one's. Not good. Well, maybe it's still breathing at the same rate as the other one though. They're actually breathing almost in unison. See that? They were. Simon. Oh, is that it? That can happen? Oh yeah, that's true. I'm in the football place. Here, come press this way. Got back. I got back. Oh no, I can't read. Red. ditched high school and went. So I watched the Tim Pool last night. They were talking about Snow White for a little bit. Apparently, it's got like the worst rating of any Disney movie ever, and like theaters are dead. So it'd be like there are videos of people with only like they're the only ones in the theater. And the whole woke thing, man, didn't work, Disney. And apparently the movie had a huge budget, and they didn't even include dwarfs, actual dwarfs. Like, are you gonna be DEI'd out of your mind and not have dwarfs? You didn't include the main, the main DEI'd person that could have been employed for the movie. They were like, no, we're gonna use regular people, but make them black. Make them different races. As if dwarfs don't exist or some shit. As if they're a mythical creature. Disney done gotten crazy, weird. Now they're building that neighborhood community where it's going to be a weird echo chamber of Disney people, apparently. I don't know what. Restaurants where only they can go to. Don't even get Disney tickets with their community. Wow, wow, that's fucking cool. That view right there, man. Awesome. Like, we thought these birds were awesome before we got to get these types of videos. Here. Yeah. Is live.
That measures are taken in Treasury against waste.
And so should Biden.
What the why can't, dude, I just, why these news agencies can't fucking start on time. And you know what, I think it's pretty interesting. I don't know if it's good or not, but
prosecuted today, sir.
I'll start very far along.
They really, the official one didn't even start.
Today. Thank you very much.
Barely. So they did away with the sign language person. Literally every single, not one White House briefing was without the sign language workers. That was one of the reasons why I would oftentimes not use White House, because they always had the sign language person on the side. That's gone now.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a little session today on the ambassadors. It's a group of people that were selected. They're doing very well. They're very far along in the process. And they're going to each introduce themselves and talk about the country that they're going to. They might say a little bit about themselves also, because people are very interested in that. We're also going to sign right now some executive orders, and Will, if you would come forward.
Yes, sir.
I'll start thinking about
Y'all
signing
moving
them.
up
right?
there. Oh, really?
A few things for you today, sir.
Up there. I
First,
thought
we
you
have
were
a
in
pardon
Washington.
for Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a former business partner of the Biden family. He's was prosecuted relating to a fraud investigation, but notably the tone and tenor of that prosecution changed dramatically after he began to cooperate with congressional investigators and serve as a witness against Hunter Biden and the Biden family. We believe that was an injustice, and therefore we're asking you to pardon him.
And many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated very unfairly. And I looked at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime, as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to undo that.
It's wild how he can just let anybody out of prison that he wants.
All right. That's Devin Archer. Congratulations, Devin.
Next, sir, we have a
but
presidential
dude,
memorandum for your attention.
You can't mess up for like a certain amount of time now. Like it's not just because that's happened right now. He's not free and clear. He's still got, because like dude, there was a dude that got pulled over. They got pardoned for J6, and he hadn't like done one final step yet. He still had to go to some final hearing with the paperwork or something so that it was official. Before that, if anything happened, it got revoked, and that's why he like went to his car and grabbed his. No, not 10 years. What do you mean? What? It takes 10 years? Oh, he had 10 years in prison? Who's gonna have to do? But I think it's 10 years before he has to go to court. I think it's like a month or something. But like if this guy's like out and about, if he gets in any trouble within the next, however, until he gets to show this paperwork to the judge or something, then it gets revoked. I understand. Is that true?
This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
No, I think maybe you're thinking of something else. Maybe I don't know, maybe else. A deferred sentence, delayed or a suspended sentence, or parole, maybe. Maybe they do have that rule, though. I thought a pardon was a pardon once it went through. But the thing with that one dude is his hadn't went through completely because he hadn't taken the paper to his, I guess, to his local judge or the judge that was presiding over his case. It doesn't just automatically go to the court, is my understanding. The paper is once it's approved by Trump, it's sent to the person, and it's the person that has to like give it to the court, give it to his lawyer to get to the court or whatever.
Media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization. It's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourselves, all declassified. Is that correct? Would you say all declassified?
Yes, sir.
Everything?
The FBI file with there's a classified annex, but other than that, this we'll put everything in the public eye.
Is anybody going to look? What about you?
The classified annex.
And frankly, the FBI should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the Department of Justice, and so should Biden. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention. We've taken action against a number of law firms that have participated either in the weaponization of government, the weaponization of the legal system for political ends, or have otherwise engaged in illegal or inappropriate activities. The law firm of Jenner and Block is one of these law firms. This is a law firm that, as you know, employed Andrew Weissman after he came off of the Mueller investigation. It's a law firm that's engaged in invidious racially and sexually discriminatory practices. It's also a law firm that has participated in the weaponization of the legal system against American principles and values. And we believe that the measures in this executive order will help correct that.
And Andrew Weissman is the main culprit?
He's certainly...
With respect to this firm?
He is one of a number of reasons that we believe this executive order is warranted.
He's a bad guy. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention relating actually to government payments. Historically, checks issued by the Treasury are, I believe, 14 times more likely to become the subject of fraud than electronic transfer payments. This is an executive order that's going to push the Treasury Department to modernize its payment system to ensure that where possible they're using electronic methods of payment as opposed to paper checks in order to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, which is obviously an endeavor that we've been pursuing in numerous aspects of government under your leadership.
It's basically modernization of equipment and methods, and it's something that really I think he's going to be a great Secretary of the Treasury wanted, Scott, and so we're doing this, and we have other modernization programs going on. We could let somebody else, whoever's next, whoever that may be, do it, but it's something that should have been done 25, 30 years ago. Okay.
Along similar lines, sir, this is an executive order. We're calling it Protecting America's Bank Account. The basic idea here is that instead of having lots of different departments and agencies and offices issuing payment, often without justification, often without any provided rationale, we're going to be centraling payment processes where possible in the Department of the Treasury and ensuring that measures are taken in Treasury against waste, fraud, and abuse to ensure that money that's leaving the public Treasury is as protected as it possibly can be.
All right, good. Many of these things should have taken place decades ago or longer.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity. We believe that this executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't voting. This will include a citizenship question on the federal voting form for the first time. This executive order instructs the EAC to cut federal funding to states that don't take reasonable steps to secure their election. This calls on the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute election crimes, particularly in states that we don't believe are in compliance with federal law around election integrity. I could go on and on for a while, sir, but compliance with National Election Day rules, cracking down and investigating and prosecuting foreign interference in our elections, revoking President Biden's Executive Order 14019, which essentially weaponized government to corrupt and pollute our election process. There's a lot in here, but we believe that these are very important steps that we need to be taking as an administration at your direction to ensure that our elections are as secure as they possibly can be.
Okay, you all understand that? Yes. Election fraud, you've heard the term. We'll end it, hopefully. this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks, and we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out.
Here in California, wait, that blew out here.
And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir.
So we're going to go around the room a little bit quickly, and we're going to introduce these very outstanding people. They've had, in all cases, outstanding careers. They're very incredible people that are going along as rapidly as the system can go along. We're ahead of, I guess, anybody else thus far. So I want to thank John Thune. He's done a very good job, and the whole Senate. We're being delayed as much as possible by Democrats.
White truck outside blinding me.
It gets to be just standard. But the process is moving along very quickly. So, Sergio, just say hello, and then we'll introduce everybody.
Absolutely. Sergio Gorham, Director of Presidential Personnel. It's been an absolute
put more
pleasure
food
getting
out.
to know every one of you every step this way. As the President said, we're at a record pace. We have more nominees today from the Senate than at any previous point, over 70. And that's a record in 2 months. And we're proud of that. And we're determined to ensure the world has America First patriots in all of our posts.
Charles Kushner. I'm going to France and Monaco, and I'm proud to serve under the greatest president of our country. Very proud to serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
James Blair, honored to work here in the White House as Deputy Chief of Staff. And Mr. President, I think that all of these successful people would want to go serve the United States under your leadership as a testament to your vision and leadership.
Thank you, James.
I'm David Perdue. I'm going to the People's Republic of China, and it's my honor to represent President Trump, the people of America, and represent our interests and values in China.
I'm Leah Campos. I'm going to represent the President in the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. Look forward to working with every one of you on behalf of the President, his leadership, and the American people.
John Arrigo. I am going to the Republic of Portugal, and I'm very excited to do so and serve what I consider one of my closest friends and one of the best presidents this country has ever had. Thank you.
Kevin Cabrera, nominated to be Ambassador to Panama. It truly is an honor, President, to be part of your administration.
Thank you.
Tom Barrack, nominee to the Republic of Turkey. Delighted and honored to be with you, Mr. President, in the host country, which is one of the most ancient in civilization, is in search for your peace, prosperity, and security program. Thank you.
Good place.
Mr. President.
Good leader, too.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. It's an honor. I'm Pete Hoekstra, you know that. Yeah. But I am going to Canada. Ooh. I look forward to serving you in Canada and your agenda.
And you do a great job. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Ron Johnson, sir, thank you for the nomination to represent you and the United States to the United Mexican States. And I'm really encouraged by some of the conversations you've had with President Sheinbaum recently, and to the increase in support that we've seen of her government along our border on the important issues. So thank you, sir.
They have stepped it up a lot, yes, Mexico and Canada. So see how it works, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Matt Whitaker from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm proud to, as soon as I'm confirmed, go represent you at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Thank you.
George Glass, on my way to Japan. Previous administration, I served for you in Portugal. It is a great honor to be able to do this a second time. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, George.
President Trump, my name is Ken Howry. I'm your nominee to be Ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark. A very close partner and ally. I served for you last time for the Kingdom of Sweden. I want to thank you for the faith you place in me as your nominee to Denmark.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you for the honor of a lifetime. My name is Stacy Feinberg, and hopefully I'll have the honor of serving in Luxembourg. And I think that this is the greatest presidency and the greatest time in history, and it's all because of you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole McGraw, nominated to serve in Croatia, and it's such an honor to be here with you today and to serve you and the American people.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you very much for your nomination to the Republic of Chile. And let me tell you, Border Patrol agents are so thankful for everything that you've done for them. But
That man knows more about the border than anybody. I'm going to tell you. Thank you.
President's a great honor. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Brian Birch. If I'm confirmed, I will be representing you at the Holy See. And Catholics are very proud of your work. Your team is doing an excellent job, so thank you. Very honored to serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you again for the honor, the greatest privilege. My name is Summer Sparkus. I will serve this great man at the Republic of Malta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Popolo from Dallas, Texas. Very proud to serve you at the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the very first country to recognize the United States 250 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I'm confirmed, I will be representing you in the state of Israel. It will be an extraordinary honor, and you've done more for Israel than any president in any time of its history, and we are grateful. And I'm hoping I'll get to be there by Passover.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike is an outstanding guy. They all are. And Mike, I think he's going to do wonders for Israel. He actually probably gets along with both sides, and that'll be interesting to see. But the world is watching you, Mike, so good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good luck. You're going to do well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you for this great honor to serve the Republic of Italy and San Marino. I'm so looking forward to going over there and working with that great ally, and for the pleasure to serve you. Your staff has been great working with us and have done a great job, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, sir, for pushing this along.
And have a good time. A really good time.
I'm Warren Stevens from Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have the honor to represent the President and the United States in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and to be chosen to go to such an important ally of ours is, I know, certainly not looking forward to it, but thank you for the honor.
Yeah, you're going to do fantastically. These are tremendously successful people, and you two guys, and then you add on Mike. I think they have a little more money than Mike, but he's got some other advantages. He's got some other, like upstairs, he's got some big advantages.
Yeah, he does.
It's very exciting. It's really exciting to have all of you. Would you have any questions, media, for the people that you just saw? So outstanding, and I thought it would be nice to bring them before you. And so if you have any questions, please.
Well, I wanted to ask about the talks in Saudi Arabia. It sounds like you made some progress on a Black Sea ceasefire. Yeah. Could you update us on that? What happens now?
So we've made a lot of progress on two fronts, on both sections that we call them. We call them sections, but they're much more than that. Russia, Ukraine, and also the Middle East. And we'll see what happens. We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine. And I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about. Should have never happened. And on the Middle East, that's been going on for a lot of years, centuries and centuries. It just keeps going, and we are making a lot of progress. So that's all I can report. But some very, very big talks are going, and detailed talks are going on right now on both fronts.
Mr. President, you said that your national security advisor learned a lesson after a reporter.
Excuse me, I didn't make it. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, the ceasefire agreement that was brokered today allows for third-party countries to help implement the agreement. What does that look like, and who's going to be involved?
The ceasefire agreement?
Yes, the maritime ceasefire agreement between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, they're going to get together. Look, it's they agreed to something and it got broken. There's tremendous animosity. There's a lot of hatred, as you can probably tell. And it allows for people to get together, mediate it, arbitrate it, and see if we can get it stopped. And I think it will. It'll get stopped.
What countries are you looking to work with, sir, to help implement and monitor that ceasefire?
We have other countries involved, and they're involved very strongly in the process. And that'll be resolved. That's actually, as bad as it is, that's the least of the problems. So that we'll get that resolved. And we are being aided by other countries too. Yes, please.
Yes. Tomorrow, the subcommittee on DOGE is going to review funding for NPR and PBS. Now, every Republican president has always promised to take away this money that's going to these two public
That's a good shot.
news outlets. If they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress has backed it, would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased with a whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. I was from a different age, and they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today. We're well covered, and we don't need it, and it's a waste of money. Especially, I don't even know what Doge's recommendation is. I assume their recommendation is to close them up.
Well, after they hear all the testimony, I think they're going to make a decision relatively sooner than later.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that turns out.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, because they have found so much waste, fraud, and abuse, hundreds of billions of dollars, and just waste, fraud, abuse. You heard yesterday some of the new things that were found.
The way I see it, they're not impartial if they're not unbiased. See, when I was a kid, I always saw like public broadcasting network, whatever, PBS, whatever it is, broadcasting service. I thought it was paid for by the public, like by donations, like viewers. From viewers like you. I thought it was donations. I didn't realize it's an NGO. It was federally funded. Most of their money actually comes from the feds, not from the donation. Not from viewers like... It does come from viewers, but through taxes. They would say the viewers like you thing to try to get people to donate more, though. Make it seem like... It would be like a live streamer. It'd be like me pretending that I survive off of donations. If it weren't for getting donations from you guys, I can't pay my rent. It's the equivalent of that, but most of their money was coming from the feds. It was a lie. It was a scam.
2 billion just in environment, billion. You know, if you had 22 million, Warren, it would be nice, but 22 billion put into environmental accounts. One was 2 billion into one account, Stacey Abrams, where they had $100 in the account. And just before I came in, they put $2 billion. And you guys are looking, so you mean 2 million or maybe 200,000? No, $2 billion were put in the account. What do you think of that, Mike? Do you think that's a straight deal? 2 billion?
Just write me the check, Mr. President.
It's a horrible thing, and we have so many of those things. So they've done an incredible job, and the country wants to hear it. I think Doge is actually very popular because of what's happening. They're hearing about all of these scams and for big money, tremendous amount. And when you add it up, just hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted, and much of it's fraud. You know, we talk about waste. And it is waste and abuse, but a lot of it's fraud.
Can I follow up on something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject. And we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it. Yeah.
Mr. President, some senators have expressed hope that the White House will support a rescission package to codify some of the Doge cuts into law. Where does the White House stand on that? And are you making progress?
Which package?
A rescission package to codify some of the Doge cuts into law.
Yeah, well, it would be great. I think we're going to do that. I think they're going to do it. I think we're also going to be codifying a lot of the executive orders that we've done, which have been very popular. And we're looking at one, I will tell you right now, that I think perhaps will be controversial, but not with the people. and that's sanctuary cities. We're going to end sanctuary cities for some of these jurisdictions that aren't cooperating with law enforcement. They're guarding criminals. They're taking the rights away from the citizens of this state and their city. And we're going to be ending sanctuary cities if we find it necessary to do in certain major areas. And we may just end the entire thing altogether because it's just a way of protecting criminals. And nobody else is benefited by that. And for some reason, Democrats want to keep and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their countries or being sent to prison. And in the meantime, the crime rate has gone through the roof. Under Biden, it was through the roof. It's starting to come down, but we're taking a lot of people out of here. So we may be presenting you very shortly with a executive order ending sanctuary cities.
Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think it's a question I've been asked now, and I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water and damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything that happens to be flying in the area. We hit them very, very hard. There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media
use it.
And I think I'll ask Mike. Mike is here. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. President. You asked about lessons. I think there's a lot of the lessons. There's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the Russia hoax or making up lies about Gold Star families. And this one in particular, I've never met, don't know, never communicated with, and we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon dozens of times. President Trump took decisive action with his national security team, took out the head missileer, knocked out missiles, knocked out headquarters, knocked out communication sites. And for once, as we hear, as you all hear from every one of our allies, thank God for American leadership again. Thank God for American strength. You're welcome, Lord. We had a national security team that was coordinating these efforts.
Slammed her head right into it.
Testified today. His first day on the job, he was introduced to this app on his government systems at the CIA and at the State Department and otherwise. So, look, this journalist, Mr. President, wants the world talking about more hoaxes and this kind of nonsense rather than the freedom that you're enabling. And a key part of our sovereignty is open sea lanes and knocking the crap out of terrorists, which is exactly what your team and Pete Hegseth, a good friend and fellow veteran, is leading the charge on. And it's an honor.
We had a very, very successful, we had a very, very successful evening. And we've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area. The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them has been killed. This should have been done a long time ago by Biden, but Biden was an incompetent president. He couldn't do anything. He didn't know where he was going. He had no clue. This guy had no clue. This should have been done a long time ago. As they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships. And they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran. It's an offshoot of Iran, another offshoot. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis. You got a lot of stuff going on with Iran. And we sent a letter to Iran. You're going to have to be speaking to us one way or the other pretty soon because we can't let this happen. But that's an app that a lot of people use. And somebody got on. I mean, I happen to know the guy's a total sleazebag. The Atlantic is a failed magazine. Does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot. And I will tell you this, that they've made up more stories And they're just a failing magazine. The public understands that. He's a very good man. That man is a very good man right there that you criticize so strongly. He's a very good man, and he will continue to do a good job. In addition to him, we had very good people in that meeting, and those people have done a very, very effective job, and you're going to see it. And it goes on, by the way. It's going to go on. And I think the Houthis wish that it didn't happen, but that's what it's all about. We have to create a safe country, a safe world, and that's what we're doing.
Do you worry that national security was put at risk, Mr. President?
Of senior officials using signal.
Do I plan to ban who?
The use of signal to communicate from senior officials.
Well, I don't know I don't know anything about signal. I wasn't involved in this, but I just heard about it. And I hear it's used by a lot of groups. It's used by the media a lot. It's used by a lot of the military, and I think successfully. But sometimes somebody can get onto those things. That's one of the prices you pay when you're not sitting in the situation room with no phones on, which is always the best, frankly. But the best is to be there. In fact, oftentimes I've been in fact, just last week I was in the situation room with something very important, and we had a couple of people hooked up by line, and I said, cancel the line. Sorry, fellas, what you do is we'll tell you all about the meeting, because I know people do get on those lines, whether it's signal or anything else. Yeah.
So are you going to change any procedures as a result of this?
Well, I mean, look, we look at everything, and they've made a big deal out of this because we've had 2 perfect months. We are bringing in business. We have another one announced tomorrow, a big one, very big. Like in the history of our country, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think probably a lot of people are saying they started by saying it was the greatest first month that a president has ever had, and I think that's true. And now they say it's the best second month, and they had to find something. And this certainly will look at this. But the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now,
damn it, she's
caught information. It's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person.
I put the plate there. Wouldn't pull it off of the bowl onto the carpet. She pulled it off out of the bowl onto the plate, and then off of the plate onto the carpet.
The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag, so maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
But you are going to conduct
would
an
it be a
investigation,
problem if the Atlantic released all the text messages if they're not classified?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask the military about that, because maybe you wouldn't want that. I don't know. I will say this: that from what I heard, the man that we're talking about, who's not somebody that I don't think most people have ever heard of. He left. He found it very boring, and he left early. He got off the line very early. So I can't speak to it other than that. So he's made up a lot of stories, and I think he's basically bad for the country. But it's a failing venture, very failing venture. They're very upset, and a thing like this is publicity for them. But I don't think we should allow people that are very good, like that man sitting right at the end of the table who's done a great job, we shouldn't allow them to be hurt by it.
Mr. President, can I follow up on that?
Are you saying you're okay with the continued use of signal by administration officials
for sensitive? No, that's not what I said. I said we'll look into it, but everybody else seems to be using it. It seems to be the number
thing
one
with pulling it
used
off
device
of the bowl
or app,
onto the
whatever you want to
carpet.
call it. And we will certainly look. If it was up to me, everybody would be sitting in a room together. The room would have solid lead walls and a lead ceiling and a lead floor. But, life doesn't always let you do that. In the meantime, the attack itself that we were talking about and discussing has been an unbelievable success.
But you will conduct an investigation, is what you're saying into this.
We'll look into it, sure.
Who's going to lead that investigation?
I want to look
into
that
the FBI? Or
anything like that. I would ask them. It's not really an FBI thing. It's really something having to do with security. Security, like, will somebody be able to break in? Are people able to break into conversations? And if that's true, we're going to have to find some other form of device. And I think that's something that we may have to do. Some people like Signal very much, Other people probably don't. But we'll look into it. I think, Michael, I've asked
Police
you
don't like it.
immediately study that and find out. If people are able to break into a system, now in this case it wasn't that this attack was going on.
I should tell them that.
Nobody found
Police
out
don't like
anything.
it,
And
mosquitoes
again, the
do.
person that was on, as I understand it, he left very early because he didn't find it very exciting.
Maybe we shouldn't use that then.
I think it's something you should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you said, and we've repeatedly said, the attack was phenomenal and it's ongoing. But the media wants to talk about everything else except for the hostages you're getting out of the Middle East, Iran on its back foot, sea lanes getting reopened, peace in Europe. As we just saw today with a Black Sea ceasefire, we were just on with Steve Witkoff, myself, our team in Saudi Arabia. They want to talk about all this other stuff except for your amazing successes and the successes of your team.
Maybe you're right. I'll try that next.
And sometimes you have to move very quickly, and there are other devices that are very good, but they are very, very cumbersome, and you're not able to use them and, from a practical standpoint. So
Get a mat for, I think.
all we can
Big
do
mats.
is find out the best we have with modern technology. They'll probably get better over the years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, on the Black Sea, so the Kremlin has said that there are several conditions that would need to be met for this agreement to happen. This includes sanction relief for banks and some companies. Did the U.S. agree to all of those conditions that they laid out?
They will be looking at them, and we're thinking about all of them right now. There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
Mr. President, that it's looking into how a journalist got added to that signal chat. Is it possible that there could be a firing of even a lower mid-level official once that person is identified?
About what?
About the signal chat that we've been discussing.
We've pretty much looked into it. It's pretty simple, to be honest. It's not. It's just something that can happen. It can happen. You can even prepare for it. It can happen. Sometimes people are hooked in, and you don't know they're hooked in. They're hooked into your line, and they don't even mean bad by it. But it's not a perfect technology. There is no perfect technology. The really good ones are very cumbersome, very hard to access. And I think we're going to look at, we always want to use the best technology. This was the best technology for the moment. But again, it wasn't classified, so they probably viewed it as being something that wasn't that important. And it obviously, with the attack being, I mean, I don't know if it's been read out to you yet, but that attack was a tremendous success for the U.S., a tremendous success.
Who said the information was not classified?
Do you think that Mike Waltz made a mistake, and does he need to apologize?
No, I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best. It's equipment and technology that's not perfect, and probably he won't be using it again, at least not in the very near future. What do you think?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Let's get everybody in the room whenever possible.
A lot of times you find out defects by exactly things like that, but I don't think it's something we're looking forward to using again. We may be forced to use it. You may be in a situation where you need speed as opposed to gross safety, and you may be forced to use it, but generally speaking, I think we probably won't be using it very much.
Secretary of Defense, on that train, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said that the Europeans were freeloading. Do you agree with that assessment?
Do you really want me to answer that? Yeah, I think they've been freeloading. The European Union's been absolutely terrible to us on trade, terrible. And as you know, NATO, I got them to pay hundreds of billions of dollars. They were way behind. And if you look if you look at Ukraine, so we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. Should have never happened, this war. All these dead people should not be dead. All these broken cities that are demolished down to the ground, those gorgeous towers, the most beautiful in the world, the most beautiful spires in the world. The spires in Ukraine were said to be the most beautiful of all. And just about every one of them is lying on its side in a million pieces. It's so sad to see what's happened to a heritage. No, I think that
the spires.
I think when they say the European Union and you could say NATO also. Look, NATO, and I don't blame NATO for this. I don't blame Europe for this. I blame Biden for the fact that he didn't make them equalize. And to this day, I said to him, you got to catch up, you got to equalize. But why are they in for $100 billion and we're in for possibly $350 billion? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And you could say more important for them because we have an ocean in between. So, you know, it's one of those things. You'll be seeing Liberation Day. I call it Liberation Day in America. You're going to be seeing it on April 2nd. Didn't want to do it on April 1st for the obvious reason, April 2nd. But you'll be seeing tariffs. And I think I've been very fair. I have them set. But I think I've been very fair to countries that have really abused us economically for many, many decades.
Mr. President, also told you that information was not classified. Which of your national security advisors
Just
told you
following
that?
up on your comments on the economy, there is reporting that consumer
I want to know the
confidence
answer to
fell
that
for the
too.
fourth straight month. What is your message to Americans who are concerned
Well,
about?
I know this, that for the first time in like 50 years, right track, wrong track, we're on the right track. And I think people see that. And if you look at prices, prices are way down. You know, when I first came here, the first time I met with you people officially, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, I've been here for a week and I'm being yelled at about eggs. Egg prices have come down 45–50% in the last week and a half. And our Secretary of Agriculture has done a great job, as you know, Brooke. She's done a fantastic job, and others working with her have done a great job. But we brought eggs down at a level that nobody thought we could get at. I inherited that situation, and I inherited a grocery situation. The groceries went way up, an old-fashioned word, but it's a very descriptive word. Groceries have gone through the roof. And I used to campaign on it. I used to say, we're going to get groceries down, and we have got it down. I watched a certain newscast over the weekend, and a congressman, Democrat congressman, said,
They didn't have any. All they had was egg
I agree.
whites.
He's been great on the border. He's been great on the military, but you know, he has
I had to go to another grocery store unless I wanted just egg whites or pre-boiled eggs or egg thing. Oh, those salted duck eggs.
brought prices down. That's false. Gasoline's way down. Eggs are way down. Groceries are down very substantially, but down. Almost everything's down. Now, I'd like to see interest rates come down a little bit. And you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into our country very soon in the form of tariffs, because we were abused by presidents.
It only takes 100 of those.
In all fairness, it wasn't their expertise, but they had no idea what they were doing.
Mr. President, you say tariffs will create more jobs here in America.
Oh,
so
yeah, sure.
Which states?
It'll create a lot of money and more jobs. But if you look, so in the last, these gentlemen would know about it, and ladies, because some of the ladies are great businessmen in this room that are becoming ambassadors. Great, really great, top of the line. When you look at the number of companies that have said, like, we're close to, I would say close to $4 trillion. We never had numbers like that. The #1 chip maker in the world from Taiwan coming in with $200 billion. We have Apple. Look at Apple. $500 billion. $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the United States. They were all being built in China. You have many, many companies, and maybe above all, you have the car companies coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have Honda is opening up one of the biggest plants in the world in Indiana, and many car companies are coming in. We have AI. We're leading China by a lot in AI. And we're going to keep it that way because we've made it very good for them. And we're going to protect them. Once they're here, we'll protect them through taxes, through incentives, and also through tariffs. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You said that it wasn't classified, though. I want to know that, too. That's a good question. I mean, how do you know? Why wasn't it classified? Was it before they got... Oh, if there's one, how long is this? There's one 3-minute long related, because it's government, one 3, then we're done. Then we're done with that, then we can watch it.
Leader of the Democrat Party.
I had it up and ready to go.
AOC, the leader of the Democrat Party, often uses Instagram and TikTok to communicate with her followers. It looks like Jasmine Crockett, the ascending future of the Democrat Party, may be looking to follow in those footsteps. Let's take a look at her fiery post on Instagram.
Listen, I am definitely of the opinion, that we should have some DEI hires in this administration, you know, the ones that definitely earned it, because clearly we've got a bunch of incompetent fools that are trying to run our country, and actually they are running our country. They're running it straight into the ground. The fact that you literally are going to plan enemy attacks on a signal chat and then you don't even know who's in the signal chat, and then y'all want to come at us and act like people of color are the problem or that women are the problem?
Right.
Like, baby, you probably need a good black woman in the room who can check you and tell you that, first of all, you shouldn't be doing this shit on Signal or anything else. But y'all still mad about Hillary's servers. Is that what I hear? Yeah. So anyway, literally, I don't know if like your homeboy was drunk at the time that he was sending these messages or what. But clearly, this administration is not ready for prime time. And this is not a matter of being a Democrat or a Republican. This is literally about competence versus incompetence.
Maybe they wanted
and right
it leaked.
now, these people are about to like really
they might have wanted
us
it
in
leaked.
some shit if they don't get their shit together, or if we don't just boot them first. Like, honestly,
For some reason.
we should be in a very bipartisan way saying, you know what, sorry boo, but this is just above your pay grade and we need to get some people that are actually qualified. So maybe we need to go ahead and open this pool to say black folk, brown folk, women, members of the LGBTQIA community, because the only way that you can know that you have the most qualified is when you actually open the pool to everyone instead of allowing it to only be open to a select few. And right now,
always open
beyond
everybody.
the planes that are falling out the sky, and beyond the fact that y'all don't know who does what job, such as make sure that our nuclear supply stock is kept safe, y'all decided that y'all were gonna sit out here and plan a whole attack on Signal, and then you don't even know who's in the chat, and then you want to sit up here and waste your time talking and waging like threats against me because you feeling a way about my education, or you feeling a way about the fact that I am talking about how incompetent y'all are. Okay. We all want to be safe, and the only way we can be safe is if we decide that we are actually going to impeach people that clearly don't know how to do their jobs.
She acts like a still in college hanging out with the girls on it. Hey, what are we going this weekend, girl? Oh my god. Do it. Trying to get that spot. Where I had one egg, it was venison tartare. What? Oh, you boil them. Oh, I see. It only takes 3 to equal what? 1 medium size? I just bought some extra largers. Ayo. What we got? Go golden. What we got here? Done. Nervous. Everybody got their butt plugs in? Ready for your workout? Everybody got their kava extract 100 times. Drink. Ready to boof? Is everybody's cups in? Alright, swallow. You'll feel it in a second, folks. Let it work in. Let it work in. There it is. Dude. Morning, everybody. We got gold coin first. Dude, that made my eyes water. I forgot about doing that, dude. Oh, I totally forgot about that. That's how we started the stream this morning, y'all, in case you weren't here first thing in the morning. Oh. Totally forgot about that. Forget about most of the stuff that happens here. I'm sorry. Thank you, Golden. How much do we owe him for it? How much do y'all think we owe him for it? So, I looking this morning for what? Oh, boofing. Try boofing this morning. Oh yeah. Start slow. You start off with just water. Your way into the kava kava. 100 times extract. Here. I upload that. Shall I re-upload that to the channel? Like it 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. 7 to 8, like morning. Because now it's afternoon. It would be the same as seeing it first thing in the day. Let's watch it again. I don't know. I don't know if we need to have more than one person wanting to watch it again. Watch that to the people. Get to the people, man. Ink. I fed you. Definitely fed you. I'll upload it to the other channel probably tomorrow.
Talking about pronouns and why they're extremely important. At least to me, I guess. I don't know. Before I started transitioning and tried to convince myself I was non-binary.
How much we owe Golden Coin though, y'all?
I told people that I really didn't have any preferred pronouns, so, nobody'd have to worry about misgendering me, right? But as I started taking, bigger steps in transitioning, I realized that I put in too much work not to be referred to as the pronouns I wanted to have. Now, as far as like my family goes and like close friends, I still let them call me whatever I want, because like that's just my own personal preference, because I know they love me, I love them. Names and pronouns don't really matter in those relationships. But as far as like everyone else goes, like getting referred to as he, him can sometimes send my brain like spiraling, and it's already unstable as it is.
Obviously.
Since I transitioned, I started putting preferred pronouns on my name tag, which does seem to kind of help, but sometimes, I get misgendered by mistake, so it's just something you gotta roll with, I guess. But the next time you want to just, roll your eyes over someone posting their preferred pronouns on social media, just remember that we've gone through a lot, and we appreciate your support more than you know. I mean, I guess I appreciate you. I mean, kind of, sort of.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Now let me get this straight. That young fellow we just heard from in the first clip doesn't mind at all when his close friends and family members use he, him pronouns. But if anyone else does it, it sends his brain into a spiral? I'm sorry, but I'm not buying it. And I will continue to roll my eyes at anyone who posts their preferred pronouns on social media. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for joining me.
That's why.
So fairly quick.
That's why on Discord, you look at my name. Me. It says one who has attached cock and balls. That's my preferred pronoun. I have a feeling no. I don't want there to be any confusion.
Very crazy Clown World update for you guys today, and as usual, we have very little time to waste, so let's get into it. Now, if you place your attention on the screen for a moment. So this is Linda. Now, Linda is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman and calls himself a transbian or trans lesbian. Now, Linda posted these before and after transition photos, and if we're being honest about it, Linda's transition consisted of nothing more than a comb over and some lipstick.
He's a professional. He is a professional.
But you can, you can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
All right, we're going to keep it moving with this young lady who does not know how to have a conversation with Trump supporters. Now, this clip reminds me of something that Dilbert comic strip creator Scott Adams says quite often. It is impossible to have a political conversation with people who still think the news is real. Roll it.
Has anyone figured out how to talk to Trump supporters? Because I genuinely cannot figure out how to just have a fucking conversation. Because, I mean, even if you just tell them, read a newspaper, 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you no. I mean, what do you respond to that? If you don't even want to read the newspaper, then of course we can sit here and argue who's right and who's wrong. But we both know that one person actually has information and one doesn't, because you just admitted to me that you don't read the newspaper or the news or watch the news or whatever, get news from any source.
You ain't got a 4-head, you got a 5-head.
And next up, we have this young lady who thinks that all the black and brown people from around the world should be able to come to the United States.
Dude in the bathroom.
Now, I would be willing to bet she lives in a predominantly white neighborhood, and she would not allow any black and brown immigrants to stay with her while they looked for housing and jobs. Roll it.
Watching what is happening in this country is fucking disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach, and it makes me ashamed to be an American. Hearing about ICE stories about how they are rounding up people who could be walking on the street, they could be a U.S. citizen, they're taking their belongings, they're refusing to answer questions, they have no access to a lawyer, anything. A Canadian was detained, they sent a Venezuelan soccer player who was seeking refugee to El Salvador prison, where taking U.S. citizens, if you're brown or black, like, they fooled y'all. They said we're going to get all the illegal immigrants out. No, it's because the White House is full of racists and they're going to try to get as many black and brown people out of this country as possible because they're worried about that dilution of white people's blood. Like, that's what it is. That's not what this country was founded on. No wonder the French want their fucking Statue of Liberty back. We do not want the huddled masses and the poor. I mean, the Republicans. I, on the other hand, believe everyone should have a fair shot at fucking life, liberty, and justice for all.
We should pay for it?
Come again.
We're taking U.S. citizens if you're brown or black.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, I really do wonder where these Democrat and liberal types get their information from, because Pat here thinks that there are still whites-only signs at businesses in the United States. Roll it.
Let me walk into a business and see a fucking whites-only sign. I'm fucking white. I'm about as white as they get. Look at how fucking pale I am, man. And I will use every ounce of that white privilege I've got to absolutely fuck up their day. I will be the biggest that they have ever seen in their life.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
And next up, we have this fellow with the severely dilated pupils saying it's way more American to be a Democrat. But don't Democrats hate this country? Roll it.
It is way more American to be left and Democrat than it will ever be to be a traitorous, right-wing MAGA nut. Can't argue it.
You on drugs?
All right, next up we have Hollywood actor Mike Myers, also known as Austin Danger Powers, who is originally from Canada, talking about former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Now, I didn't think there was a single person on the entire planet that was a fan of Trudeau until now. Roll it.
But more recently, Justin Trudeau's fantastic. I am unabashedly, everybody, I am a Justin Trudeau fan. I'm a Pierre Elliott Trudeau fan. I love the eloquence. I love a discussion that isn't just insult and putting on your opponent, but having a philosophy of governance. And Trudeau basically was, we are our brother's keeper, and civility is what we're hoping for. The other one is that the reason you give somebody authority is because they're either just or fair or competent. But in the end, government is there to help you. You know what I mean? It's us.
But have you noticed, as a Canadian and a proud Canadian outside the country, where you just don't expect people to come with any sort of interest about what's going on in your country? Have you noticed people coming up to you and say, "Hey, you're Canadian. What's going on with that Prime Minister?"
Absolutely, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's
and I also love. He's really good
drama
looking.
specifically.
Yes, he is. We all we all can do one-handed push-ups.
What the hell did you just say?
I am unabashedly everybody. I am a Justin Trudeau fan.
That means you're gay.
And next up, we have this young lady who uses some backwards, upside-down liberal logic to tell Trump voters not to celebrate the 4th of July. Roll it.
If you voted for this, do not celebrate the 4th of July. Do not celebrate the 4th of July. I know the left has complicated feelings about the 4th of July, and it's like to be so patriotic and celebrate a country that was built on the backs of colonialism and genocide and bigotry. But dare I say, this 4th of July, I say we reclaim patriotism in the name of improving our country and making it great for the first time. Hopefully, if we're ever able to, without completely dismantling the country and building a new one, which I really hope is the way to do it. But if you voted for it, if you voted for this, you do not love this country. You do not love the people in it. You do not deserve to proudly celebrate the country, because you're destroying it. It's also, if you're apathetic and haven't said anything about anything that's going on, also you shouldn't celebrate the 4th of July. None of you guys should celebrate the 4th of July. You should feel embarrassed. You should know that we're all looking at you a little funny. Like, I know you guys don't know how to read, but read the room.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Hey guys, real quick. Real quick, before we go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsor of today's video. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to let this loop on the screen. Now, at first, I didn't notice the little camera trick, and I thought that was really her tongue. So as you can imagine, I was a little freaked out.
I didn't notice the camera trick.
Today's video is being brought to us by the Etsy store Red Clover Fields. Now, many of you know that is my wife's Etsy store, and she's got some fantastic stuff on her website. Stuff I use every day, and I swear by it. So if you're looking to take control of your health and maybe get away from some big pharma products, definitely go peruse her store. I will put a link to that in the description box below. And I want to give a big shout out to today's honorable mention, Long Walker's Life, for leaving a super thanks on the last video. So Long Walker's Life, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Is the tongue
once
actually
again, today's
split,
video
though?
sponsor is the Etsy store Red Clover Fields, with the honorable mention going to Long Walker's Life. Now, if you'd like to sponsor the next video and help support the channel, there's a PayPal link in the description box below, and I will say your full name as a sponsor of said video unless stated otherwise by you. But I think we've all seen enough of this for one day. Get this off the screen, please. Oof.
Get already. It's so long for. Rolling now.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
Now, this next clip is just further proof that societal collapse is upon us. Not that we really needed any more proof, but here we have a grown man who not only thinks he's a cat, but he starts eating cat treats fresh out the bag. Roll with.
Okay. Now, I tried the chicken dreamies, and they were very nice. Now I'm going to try salmon. Look, there they are. Salmon dreamies. Now, if I was human, they would probably taste like the bottom of Nemo's fish tank. But I'm going to try them because they're lovely and I'm a cat, and cats love dreamies. So let's have a go. Salmon flavoured dreamies.
I need to see them. Is he definitely eating them? That's maybe eating something else that looks like them.
Lovely inside, nice and soft.
This society is a bunch of idiots.
So this individual, who is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman, is going to explain to us the difference between gay and trans. Then he's going to tell us about his wedding tackle and how he uses the ladies' restroom. Roll it.
Weird things I experience as a trans girl. People not knowing the difference between gay and trans. I don't understand how people don't know the difference, but being gay is when you like the same gender. Being trans is where you have transitioned from your previous gender to your gender now. So me, M to F. Secondly, I always get asked, how big is it? What? Bigger than yours. Which bathrooms do I use? Personally, I use the female bathrooms. Never had an issue with it. And before you come at me, I'm not going to walk into a women's restroom and a woman's going to turn around and say, are you cis? Are you a real woman? Not how it works. All I don't even speak when I go in because I'm scared. Just go in, do my piss, wash my hands, do my makeup and go out. And the biggest one I always get asked, which you might relate to this trans girlies, why did you choose to be trans? Girl, shut the up.
I did not choose to be trans.
Okay.
What did you say?
People not knowing the difference between gay and trans. I don't understand how people don't know the difference, but being gay is when you like the same gender. Being trans is where you have transitioned from your previous gender to your gender now.
In your circle, I'm sure you got all kinds of gays and trans whatevers of all stripes, but not where I come from.
All right, guys, we're going to be wrapping it up with this clip from MSNBC of this fella named Eli Nastal, who looks like a human Q-tip, talking about wanting to eliminate all voter registration laws. Of course, it's the only way Democrats can win. Anyway, things are clearly getting very crazy out there, guys, so please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Till next time, love you guys. Peace. Roll it.
Okay, so like what?
Well, we could eliminate all voter registration laws.
See, when Democrats get in charge, we try to protect voting rights. We don't make voting easier. Now, I'm all for voter eligibility requirements. We might disagree about what those requirements should be, but I'm going to say that there should be an age limit to vote. I might say 16, you might say 18, but I'm not going to say 8, right? Mm-hmm. So we're going to agree that there should be voter eligibility requirements. But once you're eligible, why do you have to pre-register? Why is that even a thing? It wasn't a thing in this country at the founding. We didn't have voter pre-registration in 1787. We didn't have voter pre-registration in 1821. We only started having voter registration, generally speaking, after the Civil War. Why do you think that is? It's because a bunch of freed African slaves were migrating up north, and all of a sudden New York was like, we need some registration up in here, right? A bunch of immigrants from Europe, mainly Ireland and Italy, were coming to New York. People were like, oh, we need some registration in here. If you're eligible to vote, you should be automatically registered to vote, and that is how they do it everywhere else but us. Everywhere else but us either has automatic registration or some other form of forced registration for everybody, so that you don't have this disconnect between eligible voters and registered voters. That's the first law in the book that we could change, and it's to see how that's different than just saying we have to protect voting rights. No, we don't have to protect voting rights. We have to expand voting rights so that the 90 million people that sat on the couch and sat out this last election between democracy and fascism, so that maybe they had a little bit of an easier time to get up off the couch and come participate in the democracy.
What did you say? What the f did you just say?
Well, we could eliminate all voter registration laws.
That's the dumbest thing you could have said. What are you, an idiot?
2, 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on a. It's black. Anyway.
At least the FBI is going after. Well, that's because Trump has control. Dude, why wasn't Trump going after the fucking little shits in Portland? When that was all going on. Willing to go after
terrorism, stating Monday on X. The FBI is stepping up its efforts to investigate attacks against Tesla, launching a new task force. FBI Director Kash Patel calling the attacks domestic terrorism, stating Monday on X, those responsible will be pursued, caught, and brought to justice. The move comes as the agency has been working to crack down on attacks on Tesla cars, charging stations, and showrooms, amid controversy over CEO Elon Musk's leadership at the Department of Government Efficiency. The incidents have happened in at least 9 states. On Monday, a bomb squad found multiple incendiary devices at a Tesla showroom in Austin, Texas, home of the company's global headquarters. Ben Williamson, the FBI's Assistant Director for Public Affairs, says the new task force would work with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. It is not clear how the force differs from the current work the FBI and ATF are doing to assist law enforcement. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced charges last week against 3 individuals responsible for the destruction of Tesla properties, all now facing up to 20 years in prison. She also recently sent a stark warning to vandals.
So if you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out because we're coming after you.
Elon Musk criticized the attacks on X, saying the level of violence is insane and deeply wrong. Tesla just makes electric cars and has done nothing to deserve these evil attacks. A group called Tesla Takedown is calling for protests on Saturday outside of the nearly 300 Tesla showrooms in the United States. Organizers emphasize it's a peaceful protest movement, and they oppose violence, vandalism, and destruction. The FBI also recently warned the public to be on high alert near Tesla dealerships, calling on citizens to report any violence to the authorities immediately. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app.
Whatever you want to hear. Saturday. It was in the Long Beach subreddit. They talked about it.
The Trump administration's crackdown on immigration is impacting visa and green card holders, and in some cases, tourists. A number of European and Canadian tourists, including this woman from Vancouver, claim they were stopped at U.S. border crossings and detained at immigration facilities for days or weeks, they say without good reason. And some countries have updated travel advisories to the U.S., with Germany emphasizing to its citizens that a visa or entry waiver will not guarantee entry. And even the UK recently added a warning to its travel advisory, saying that anyone found breaking US entry rules could face arrest or detention. Let's bring in Kate Lincoln Goldfinch now. She's an immigration attorney and the managing partner of Lincoln Goldfinch Law, joining us from Austin, Texas. Great to have you with us. Let's just start with someone entering the country who's a permanent resident. How are their rights different than citizens returning to the US?
Well, both citizens and permanent residents have way more rights than visa holders. For example, a permanent resident can't have their status just revoked at the airport. But if they've been out for too long, or if they have a criminal history, or if they've engaged in certain protest behaviors as of late, they could definitely be sent to secondary inspection and questioned, and maybe even have their actual physical card taken away. But only a judge can order their status revoked or abandoned. That won't be ordered at the airport, but they definitely can be sent to secondary inspection and maybe even detained.
And what is the general advice you have for anyone entering the U.S. right now on a tourist visa, as far as what they should and shouldn't say when they're being asked questions by immigration officials?
So visas have a point of approval at the U.S. Embassy or consulate abroad, or they have a visa waiver program. But every time a visa holder enters the country, it's a new application for admission, and CBP officers can approve or deny or detain that person. So people need to understand what the parameters of their visas are. For example, on a tourist visa, you're not permitted to work. And some European travelers have tried to come in with indications that they might be here, to play music shows or to do tattoos for people. And these are things that will flag CBP officers to deny admission. And sometimes these detentions, especially as of late, can last for days or weeks in pretty difficult conditions. So it's really important for visa holders to understand the limitations on their visa and understand they're going to be seeking approval at the airport. If there are any questions, talk to a lawyer before you come in and make sure you've got everything clear and handled.
And Kate, I'm wondering for people who are either green card holders or have a visa, they're coming through customs and they're asked to hand over their cell phone so that CBP can look into it. Has that always been legal? Is that common practice? And what should either person do in that circumstance?
So the legality of that is debatable in the courts. It is and has been common practice for several years now. People can decline to give their passwords to access their devices, but in all likelihood, if that occurs, their devices will be confiscated. And also their detention and questioning could be prolonged. So citizens, permanent residents, and visa holders also all need to understand that if there are any suspicions about them, then their devices, including their computers and their cell phones, could be checked. And if CBP can't access it, they may just seize the device.
And is there any limit to what CBP can look into in your phone, considering so many people have confidential information in their device?
I think that is debatable. Again, this is something that will have to be worked out in the federal courts, but CBP seems to be taking the position that they have no limits and that they can check anything they want to on someone's device.
Very important reminders for all travelers. Kate Lincoln Goldfinch, thanks for joining us from Austin, Texas this morning.
Thanks for having me.
If you've ever thought your 6 a.m. alarm is early, meet Ashton Hall, the man going viral on social media after sharing his daily routine that starts at 3 a.m. with mouth tape, ice water, and a banana peel facial. But is it wellness or just, well, a lot? We're breaking down the science behind the splash to see if this routine is really self-care. First up, are banana peels good for skincare? Some online claim it works like nature's Botox, reducing wrinkles, brightening skin, or even fighting acne, thanks to antioxidants and vitamin C. But dermatologists say, hold the hype. Sanctuary Medical Center in Florida even says at best, a banana peel might offer minimal nourishment, but there's little scientific evidence to back its big claims. Next up, should I dunk my face in ice water every morning? Cold water immersion actually does have some science behind it. A 2024 Stanford study found it can increase levels of endorphin and norepinephrine levels, hormones that affect everything from your heartbeat to your emotions. So if you're looking for a quick mental boost, daily cold water face immersion may help you. When it comes to skin, icing may temporarily reduce puffiness and inflammation, but experts like those at McGill University say it's not a substitute for a consistent routine or acne treatment. However, one dermatologist tells Vogue magazine it can help, especially for soothing sunburns, temporarily firming fine lines, and helping acne breakouts. But Hall doesn't use just any water. He uses Saratoga spring water for his face dunks. While they may not necessarily add any extra benefits for your skin, it's definitely boosting the brand. MarketWatch reported Saratoga's stock rose 2% Monday morning, and Google searches spiked after Hall's video went viral. And lastly, is mouth taping helpful during sleep? This trend has been all over TikTok. Users claim it helps them sleep better, snore less, and even defines their jawline. A plastic surgeon in California, Dr. Daniel Barrett, says nasal breathing with mouth tape can help you circulate oxygen better in your body, as well as backing up the other claims. But WebMD says research is limited. Some reports suggest mouth taping may help with snoring or mild sleep apnea, while experts at Henry Ford Health warned it could also lead to reduced oxygen levels or disrupted sleep. And when you search mouth taping on TikTok, you may see a warning for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline rather than videos, a sign the platform is taking safety seriously. So at the end of the day, parts of Ashton's routine, like cold water immersion, do have scientific merit, but experts say it's always best to talk with a doctor or dermatologist before trying something new, especially when it involves mouth tape or skincare hacks that go viral before they're proven. With Straight Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton. Download our app or visit san.com for more.
Probably trying to drink the tea. Anything in there? Maybe there was something in there before she got to it. I don't think so.
Get your Skittles ready because it's time to go beast mode.
It is Brody.
Has blockers now. He's dancing his way
Not the beast mode I'm talking about. No, this is. This is a picture of an Israeli F-35 stealth fighter carrying a full complement of external weapons, a configuration often referred to as beast mode in the aviation community. The Israeli configuration includes 4 Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs, on external pylons. And while the idea of carrying external weapons on an F-35 is not new, the Israeli Air Force is the first in the world to go beast mode during a real-world operation. Israel would not say when or where its F-35s used external munitions, so it could have been in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, or Iran. Since the start of the current war with Hamas, Israel's F-35 fleet, called the Adir, or Mighty in Hebrew, logged more than 15,000 operational flight hours. The Israel Defense Force says the Adir took part in thousands of sorties in all theaters. The JDAM is one of the more common munitions in the U.S. and Israeli arsenal. It combines a standard unguided bomb with a guidance kit, transforming a dumb weapon into a smart one. Depending on the guidance kit, the JDAMs can also be used to attack targets at sea, like the U.S. Air Force's Quick Sink program. Now that the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over, the Israeli Defense Force is gearing up once again to expand the fighting in Gaza. And since Hamas has no air force to speak of, exchanging the F-35's stealth capabilities for increased payload capacity is an easy trade to make for Israel's Air Force, which is often at the forefront for new F-35 developments. For more unbiased, straight fact updates like this, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
Chips, yeah. Funny, like the pickles, the stacker pickles, but chips. Stacker chips. Call them stackers. Sandwiches. The exact size of a piece of bread. And it probably already exists, so unfortunately.
Today, yet more examples that the Social Security Administration is in turmoil because of the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are making. The Washington Post reports the Social Security Administration website crashed 4 times in 10 days this month, blocking millions of retirees and disabled Americans from logging into their online accounts because the servers were overloaded. That comes as 2 sources tell Axios the administration is rushing to cut.
Well, there's already a patent for it. Oh wait, no, this is a. Wait a second. Sandwich-sized vegetable chip, at least about 8 square inches, placed between slices of bread, along with other ingredients to add a crunchiness and enjoyment to consumption of the sandwich. Very large chips, such as a potato chip or corn chip, made by a special process that keeps the chip from assuming the usual saddle shape. Potato chips. Besides potato chips, corn chips may be made similar special process. Corn chips or other vegetable chips is planar shape and are at least about 2 inches wide by 4 inches long, although other shapes and sizes may be used. All this typing that was done for this fucking chip that isn't even on the market. 1968. 1968. Plus potato chips. I don't know when this. You're at it. 2003. When they filed. Oh wait, it was abandoned though. They abandoned it. I mean, come on. How much does it cost to buy it? $10? Whatever, $1.
Phone services at the White House's request. Which brings us to Frank Bisignano, facing questions from lawmakers today in his bid to become Social Security's permanent administrator. It's had 4 administrators in the past 5 months to serve 73 million retired workers. But his approach appears to contradict what's been happening.
When you have a system that is not working now, do you think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees?
I don't know if, do I think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees when a system doesn't work? I think the answer is probably no.
Have you been consulted by the acting commissioner about Doge's work at the Social Security Administration?
I have not had a conversation about anything with this Social Security commissioner who's acting right now.
Joining us now, NBC's Julie Sirkin reporting from Capitol Hill. Mark McKinnon is former advisor to George W. Bush and John McCain and creator of The Circus. So, Julie, what did we learn about the future of Social Security from today's confirmation hearing?
Well, Chris,
Apparently anyone can use it. Once a patent has been abandoned, it enters public domain. And anyone can use it, make or sell it.
The future of Social Security from today's confirmation hearing.
Well, Chris, Frank Bisignano, who is the CEO of Pfizer, a financial technology company that he actually brought into good financial standing. They more than doubled their stock prices during his time as the leader of that company. So you can see what kind of approach he's taken to things. That does concern some Democrats, though, who spent the majority of their questions asking and prodding him specifically on whether he would curtail Elon Musk and Doge's efforts, especially when it comes to accessing Americans' personally identifiable information. He was asked about this point blank. Take a listen to this exchange, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Will you lock Doge out of Social Security databases?
I'm going to do whatever is required to protect the information that is private information. So I don't know what lock Doge out means.
Are you willing to commit right now that you will put enough people back to work so they can do the job of delivering the benefits that Americans earned?
I will commit,
yes or no?
I will commit to have the right staffing to get the job done.
To get the job done, meaning delivering the benefits people are entitled to?
Yes.
Now, Bisignano vowed that there will be no impact to seniors, millions of whom are relying and receive these benefits. He did, of course, say that he will be looking to streamline and modernize the agency. That agency will be insolvent in the matter of this decade, Chris, if Congress or the government doesn't do something to save it. However, it's extremely unpopular. It's known as the third rail of politics for a reason to touch this agency. Bisignano saying he could even use AI to root out what he called waste, fraud, and abuse. That is, of course, a similar line that we've been hearing from Elon Musk's own efforts over at Doge. So Bisignano there testifying before the committee that oversees the Social Security Administration. Chris?
Julie Sirkin, thank you for that. So, Mark, you heard the reporting, the turmoil, website crashing, phone service in danger. But today, the man who wants to lead the program made it clear that he believes customer services are critical. Take a listen.
I think we have to meet beneficiaries where they want to be, and I think that includes field offices, it includes the phone, it includes technology on the phone, and then it includes a live agent if they want to talk to somebody.
Do those priorities clash with what we're actually seeing?
Yeah, and I can testify personally. First of all, I'll say I've been electrocuted by the third rail when I worked for George W. Bush, and he tried to talk about privatizing some aspects of Social Security.
That wasn't pretty, Mark. That was not pretty.
It was not pretty at all. We got crushed for it. So I've been shocked by the notion that this discussion about tampering with Social Security. And just again, I can personally testify. I'm 70 years old this year, so I've been dealing with this, and because listen, I'm better online than most people my age, but I'm still somewhat of a Luddite. So when I got frustrated trying to do this all online, I went down to the Social Security office. And first of all, there was a line around the block. And by the time I finally got to see somebody, they said, oh, we can't talk to you. You have to make an appointment. And then they said, you have to do that by phone. So now if they don't have phones, how is somebody supposed to do this? Because it doesn't work when you go to the office. If you can't do it online, your only option is the phone. Now they take away that option. It's insane.
What do you mean?
I had a situation where I said, I have power of attorney. I can provide you the power of attorney. And they said, we don't accept power of attorney as proof. So NBC News reports that Trump allies are pressing the White House to dial back Elon Musk's media interviews over criticisms like these of Social Security. Take a listen.
Most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to eliminate. Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Is the Republican concern over those remarks an acknowledgement that Social Security is the third rail of politics, or are they so afraid of Elon Musk that the fact that from all reporting across the country, people are lining up where they do show up to yell at them, and where they don't show up, they're calling their offices? What's more important?
Well, Elon Musk said the quiet part out loud about entitlements, and he's right about that. But he knows, he knows more about people on Mars than he does about seniors in America, because this is their lifeline. And I suspect this is where he's really going to get the leash pulled in, because President Trump has been pretty consistent about this over the years, talking about not touching Social Security. And I can tell you, as an ad maker, that line about Social Security being a Ponzi scheme, you're going to see that in Democratic ads everywhere in the midterms.
Yeah, Mark, a Republican lawmaker, in fact, told NBC News, the more of these Musk interviews, the more discussion we'll have. I think the entire 2026 campaign will be a referendum on Musk. Is that kind of saying the quiet part out loud that every Republican is facing next year?
Well, it does. And the one other thing I'd add is that he is right about the entitlements being where the money is. But, for example, in our defense spending, we spend 9 times as much on defense as China. I'm sorry, 3 times as much, and 9 times as much as Russia or any other country. So if you want to make some cuts, Elon, go to the Defense Department and talk to Pete Hegseth.
Mark McKinnon, it would be interesting to do a survey. Would you rather get your Social Security cut or defense spending cut? I'm willing. I'm not a bettor, but I'm willing to place a bet on how that would turn out. Always good to see you, Mark. Thank you. Don't look a day over 45.
Our ships aren't rusty enough. I want them to look rustier. Oh, the Eagles are fighting. Damn, you see that? Hit it. I was doing alright. Oh. Doesn't look good. The Long Beach subreddit. Some DEI bullshit, for one. Must identify as black to get his $25. Done by the city. Like, it says it's to assess, it's to understand more about the community's health strengths and needs, and to promote local resources and ensure equity and well-being. Not equality, equity. So, I don't get it. Black people need, they need different stuff. They don't know what black people need yet. Still? Hey, Ted. Morning. Afternoon. Here's the kicker. The first and only comment on it, by the way, I downvoted this shit, is I wonder, oh, you can't see it. I wonder how many Molotov cocktails I could make with $25. So, in other words, the city of Long Beach could actually fund the Tesla protests. They could actually be funding the Tesla protest somehow, like indirectly. I get that he's joking. He's probably not going to even do it, but it's interesting. The one and only comment on there so far, and let me see if it's someone who's trolling. I don't think so. I can't tell. Hard to say. Comment. Hey, it's at the Authenticator. Apparently the Authenticator is in Vegas. Being authenticated. Quite the process here.
Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Kremlin have confirmed a partial ceasefire. The U.S. had earlier said Russia and Ukraine agreed to a truce in the Black Sea.
While an agreement does seem to have been made by all sides involved here, the timeline is what is in question. We did get two statements from the U.S. regarding separate talks that were held in Saudi Arabia over the last few days. The U.S. said both sides had agreed to ensure the safe transit in the Black Sea, as well as to look forward to the implementation of an energy infrastructure ceasefire. We then heard from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who told reporters in Kyiv that Ukraine intends to start that partial ceasefire immediately. Russia, though, is saying that while, yes, it did agree to a Black Sea ceasefire, that is dependent on sanctions relief, specifically on financial institutions that deal with Russian agricultural exports. They also said that they will be discussing with the U.S. the implementation of an energy infrastructure ceasefire, indicating that this is not quite yet a done deal. It does seem like there is some mismatch between the parties. The U.S. is talking separately with Russia, separately with Ukraine. President Zelensky did indicate that the U.S. and Ukraine will be continuing discussions. Russia widely is seen, at least among geopolitical experts, as slow walking this process thus far.
Are they doing the duck waddle?
U.S. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy is out. DeJoy announcing his resignation effective immediately Monday, directing the U.S. Postal Service's governing board to begin the search for his successor. DeJoy, who was Postmaster General since 2020, said in a statement, "Much work remains that is necessary to sustain our positive trajectory." DeJoy says Deputy Postmaster General Doug Tolino will serve as the agency's head until a permanent successor is hired. DeJoy led efforts to restructure the USPS over the last half-decade, including cutting cumulative losses in half from roughly $160 billion to $80 billion. DeJoy was expected to step down this year, but not in such an abrupt manner, and the reason behind the quick departure remains unclear. The move comes as postal workers around the country protest potential efforts by the Trump administration to privatize the agency. Earlier this month, DeJoy announced plans to slash 10,000 jobs and cut billions of dollars from the Postal Service budget, while acknowledging plans to work with Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency to identify further efficiencies. Musk and President Donald Trump have expressed support for privatizing the Postal Service. President Trump also suggested the Postal Service be put under Commerce Department control, putting it within the authority of the executive branch. The Postal Service has been an independent entity since 1970. The agency has around 640,000 employees, and postal worker union representatives say any efforts to privatize it will drive up costs and decrease services, most severely impacting rural areas. For more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app or go to san.com.
Oh. Still better than Kamala Harris, no matter what. Well, I guess I can go start on and fucking PUBG a little early today then. See y'all later then. All right now. Bye now. Y'all for coming out. Hang now. Bye now. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Golden Coin, for the awesome little edit there. That one. Give everything you do around here, man. Good time. Later. Tacos. Hey, brother. Ready? Breathe in. Breathe in.
Meow, 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 meow. Another one.